9:30, and time for me to open this session of the Enfield Local Plan examination. For those who haven't been here before, haven't watched online, I'm Stephen Lee. I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan and report to the Council in due course. Can everybody hear me? Okay, thank you. Looks like there's a few new faces, a couple of new faces, so I'll have to go through. Unfortunately, for those who've been here every day, I have to go through a little bit of what I've said before for completeness, but I'll start with the normal, usual things about housekeeping. Can everyone switch mobile phones, laptops and other devices on, off or on silent mode, please? Ask the Council to do the normal spiel. Ari, other housekeeping matters, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me? So. My name's May Hope. I'm Head of Strategic Planning and Design at Enfield Council. I'd like to take a few moments to outline some of the key housekeeping arrangements, and that's to ensure that everyone can participate effectively and comfortably throughout the examination process. So I have checked. We're not expecting a fire alarm test today. However, in the unlikely event of an emergency, the fire alarms will sound. Please exit the building promptly to the nearest marked exit to my left. And then assembly points are located outside of the Civic Centre and council staff will be on hand to guide you. Toilets are located on the ground floor and that's accessible through the reception area. If you require accessible facilities or additional assistance, please do speak to a member of staff or our security team at the front desk and they'll be happy to help. Teas and coffees will be provided during the during the breaks and are available at the front of the room. And just a reminder that these sessions are being recorded and that's as part of our official examination record. So if you do not wish to be recorded, please inform the programme officer, and that's Mrs. Feeney at the back. But there's no immediate questions. I will now hand back to the inspector to proceed with today's session.
Thank you very much. As just been mentioned, I'm sure you all know Annette, who's sitting in the corner. You've all probably liaised with Annette already, and if there are any questions or queries about process or anything of that nature, then Annette should be your first port of call, and she'll raise anything with me if need be. Okay, moving on then to why we're all here. A reminder that the purpose of the examination is to help me decide if the plan submitted in August 2024 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be made so. This session, like all the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matters set out in the agenda and MIQs, or my matters issued and questions document that was published last year or earlier this year, whenever it was. I'm losing track of time. And today we are dealing with matter 5. Which is in relation to various issues around key diagram, spatial strategy and methodology for selecting sites. I'm just going to come on a little while to the scope of today. But more generally, for those who haven't been here before, I will try to start most sessions, or will start most discussions on each agenda item with some questions to the Council or any other parties that I have. Once I've heard responses to those, I'll invite contributions to others on those matters. When you wish to speak, please turn your nameplate on its end and I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. Sometimes that can take a little time, so if you just don't worry. If the board's been up for a while, I will get to you. When I invite you to speak, please say who you are, and if appropriate, who you represent. Certainly in the first instance, helps me and helps everybody else, but obviously I don't need to say it every single time. If you could please focus your comments on my question or any specific points made by others. If you want to respond to something the Council may have said or anybody else may have said, that's fine. But I would ask each contribution to be as concise and focused as possible to allow everyone a chance to speak if they wish to on a particular issue. With this in mind, please remember there's no need to simply repeat or summarise what you've set out in your representations or written statements. They're all before me. Similarly, there's no need to tell me, as I've said many times, no need to tell me you agree with somebody else or you'd like to echo their comments. That doesn't really take me anywhere. And as with yesterday, we have got quite a lot of stuff to get through today potentially, and so I will sort of be quite strict about repetition and that kind of thing, and sort of just repeating what's already been said. Similarly, I've already raised this a few times about the tendency or the desire to read out prepared statements that you might have, and it's not always particularly helpful to me to hear that, because it doesn't actually always focus on the issues that have been discussed. It just tends to be about what people want to get off their chest, and it's much better for me if there's actually a response to what's been said, rather than a reciting of a statement. Usually try and make sure the council has the chance to sum up their position at the end of each item on the agenda, has anything else to say before moving on. But if obviously before I move on, people should make me aware if there's anything they do want to say, so that they're not left at the end of the day wishing they'd said something that they didn't, because there will be very little opportunity after the session's closed to provide additional information unless I specifically ask for it. Moving on to action points, will identify from time to time that main modifications are required to the plan, or that further work needs to be carried out by the council and or others. Where possible, I'll usually make that clear during a session, and the council has been keeping a note of such matters, and I've been clarifying action points from the previous day during the morning session of each following day, which I'll do shortly. I will probably, almost definitely, issue a more detailed action note after the end of the stage one, what I'm calling the stage one hearings, setting out what's been agreed, any work that's outstanding, anything else, obviously, once I've had a chance to think about the issues that have been drawn to my attention, any other work or actions that are needed, and identify a programme and timetable and so on, which I think is understood. And I'm sure, as you are all mindful, there are going to be matters that I need more time to go away and think about, perhaps read more information on, require more information, and so I will deal with any such things in a note after the hearings are complete, once I've had a chance to consider them in more detail. So rather than, so if I don't come to a conclusion or make a finding on something during the session, people shouldn't be worried about what the outcome is. I've still obviously got time to go away and think about things. We'll try and break it around 11 o'clock for 15-20 minutes, break for lunch at 1, come back at 2, then have a break at 3:30 and try and finish for around 5, 5:15. Before, if possible, be fantastic. Yesterday, I have to say, everyone was pretty brilliant at getting us through a quite hectic, busy day, so I'm hopeful that we can carry on with that approach, and that everyone is mindful of trying to get through as much as we can today. So before we do get into the discussions, can I ask for some introductions around the table, starting with the council, and then we'll talk about actions, and then I'll just outline what I'm expecting from today's session. So thank you, starting with the council.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Good morning. My name is Matthew Reid. I'm King's Counsel. I'm instructed by Andrew Swaffer of Sharp Pritchard on behalf of the council.
Good morning, everyone. I'm May Hope, Head of Strategic Planning and Design at Enfield Council.
Hi, good morning. I'm Edward Jones, Spatial Planning Manager at Enfield Council.
Good morning, Matthew Spry from Lichfields on behalf of Berkeley.
Morning, Jamie Sullivan, Iceni on behalf of Fairview Homes.
Morning, Scott Hudson on behalf of New Ladderswood LLP from Savills.
And Jennifer Turner from Carter Jonas representing Thames Water.
Neil Rowley from Savills representing Coma Homes.
Matthew Thomas from Michael Sparks Associates representing BlackRock.
Rebecca Burnhams from Quad representing IKEA.
Aurora Yakov representing the NCAF Air Pollution Group.
David Harbert, long-term resident of Hadley Wood.
Steve DeVos on behalf of the Hadley Wood Neighbourhood Planning Forum.
Carol Fisk representing Enfield Road Watch, Friends of Trent Country Park, Trent Park Conservation Committee and Western Enfield Residents Association.
John West from the Enfield Society.
Vicky Pite, Enfield Over 50s Forum.
Matt Byrne, Better Homes Enfield and NCAF Land Use Working Group.
Douglas Cooper, Head of the Broxbourne Development Programme at Broxbourne Council.
Councillor Alessandro Giorgio, Leader of the Opposition and Conservative Group and London Assembly Member, and I'm joined by Councillor Lee Chamberlain and Councillor Julian Sampson.
Morning, Monica Jen from Transport for London, joined by my colleague Josephine Voss.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Right. So, moving on to any actions or the matters arising from yesterday. Again, I think there are a few where I said things to ponder before issuing instruction. There was some discussion about what I've been referring to as new sites raised during Regulation 19, and whether it was put to me that there had been the process had been carried out of a site identification. Sorry, the process of the site selection methodology had been carried out for those sites. It hadn't been published. I said, well, I think on reflection, for completeness, that information ought to be made available. And again, as I've said in my opening, in terms of timetable, programme and opportunity for how people can respond to that will be something I'll take into account. I should say, when we get to the end of today, and on the basis we're not coming back tomorrow, I'll just say what I think the next steps will be, and some of that is about just how, because it's quite an unusual situation having this stage 1, stage 2, but how to deal with getting response in the most efficient way possible will be what part of that. So, but people will obviously need an opportunity to comment on some of this.
Yes, certainly.
So that's one point. And the only other point was the housing delivery test, I think, action plan, which was referred to, I don't think is before me. And so that could be added to the library. Obviously, I'm not going to ask for comments on that. It's the comments, I can then put those comments in context if, again, I find after reading that there's something more that I need. I can obviously do some supplementary questions. Again, the norm would be if I had other questions, I would come back to the next session and probably ask about, as we've got, could have quite a delay. I might just actually have to address that through written reps to keep things moving.
Yes, certainly, sir. Yes.
But that's all I had. Have you any more?
No, nothing from us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's the procedural stuff out of the way. So we'll move on to the meat of the session. So matter 5 covers a range of issues so far under 6 different issues. So 5.1 to 5.6. Because if some of you might recall, originally the idea was we'd be dealing with matter 5 early on. I then quickly realised that probably wasn't going to be possible to do, so I moved the programme around a bit. In trying to mess people around as little as possible, I added, slotted it into today's session. But that's inevitably meant quite a lot of what's been highlighted in matter 5 as issues have already been discussed to some extent or another. So admit it, obviously, for those who haven't been here before, you might want to raise some of those issues again, but clearly some of the issues, particularly under like question 5.2 about the scale of growth and so on and strategy, I've heard an awful lot about. I'm not, by all means, raise new issues, but we're not starting from a blank sheet of paper here on what I already know and what I've heard. So I think bear that in mind as we go through. The other thing is I'm conscious of trying to get. I don't want to drag people back here tomorrow morning unnecessarily. Nobody wants to come on a Friday morning for an overspill day if it's not absolutely necessary. Because of the reason I wanted to do the stage 1 hearings like this is to try and flush out as many issues as possible. I'm not going to deal with them all, but as many issues as possible that might have some significant bearing on whether there's any significant work needed before we get into further discussions, before we get into allocations and so on. And things where, if I had to wait until May to start, some of these would just be pushing it back even further. And we dealt with a lot of those last week in terms of engagement and so on. So now I've had the statements and had time to obviously reflect on the statements and everything else, there are some issues where I think if we don't get to them today, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. We can happily deal with those at a later date. They're not fundamental to moving forward. And I think, the vision 5.1, I think, is not, a lot of what I've read about 5.1, which is about vision objectives, are things which people have already raised about. So, again, familiar issues which flow out of the strategy and flow out of the policy. So, however which way you devise your vision objectives, top down, bottom up, it'll flow out of the whole of my consideration of the plan. if we get on that today, great, but it's not absolutely imperative. I want to definitely deal with issue 5.2. Some of issue 5.2 does pick up on issues we've already talked about, but there are some more focused things about flooding, transport, and some of the other issues like air quality and viability, which we haven't really touched on to any particular degree. So I want to get through those. Again, we've touched on things I know about, concerns about some aspects of transport. We don't need to rehearse those, but there are some other things. 5.3, other aspects of policy SS1. Again, they are kind of the development management-y sort of, they're not fundamental, so I'm not too concerned about if we don't get onto that. Issue 5.5, site selection methodology, we've talked a lot about that, but there might still be some I's to dot and T's to cross and cover issues to cover, so definitely issue 5.5. The key diagram would be my next priority, but again, I don't think it's fundamental. If we don't get to it, we're not going to. I think everything that's been raised there, I can deal with subsequently. And if there are, I think there are potentially issues to discuss, but they're not fundamental to the strategy. And then policy SS2. I'll be honest, even if we finished at 2 o'clock and we got to policy SS2, I may defer that because I'm not sure. There's 20, 30 people around the table. I'm not sure anyone has particularly raised a lot of comments about that. It's quite a detailed development management. It's referred to as a strategic policy. We might debate that. I'm not convinced. It is a very different animal to the rest of the things we're discussing. It's a lot of validation requirements in there and things like that. So it's such a distinct issue. I'm probably not going to talk about that today. And actually, it probably fits in better on further reflection with the design policies anyway. So once we talk about the DE policies, it would be sensible to talk about that there because they are practically the same. So if nothing else, we'll kill two birds with one stone, I think. So wherever we get to, I'm not talking about issue 5.6 today. I'm going to start with issue 5.2, then move on to 5.5, see where we are time-wise, and if we're struggling for time, I'll draw a halt. We'll get as far as we can. But I really do not want to bring people in tomorrow. So if we could just all bear that in mind as we move through. I'm sure none of you want to come in tomorrow, I'm sure. Or maybe you do, in which case there needs to be a different kind of discussion probably about why that would be. But is that okay with everyone? Does everyone understand that? Is that reasonable? No one got any concerns about that before we move on? Okay, good. Right, so 5.2, spatial strategy. Sorry, it was a little bit of waffle from me, just to try and set some context and for the discussion. I've already covered the thing we've already talked about. This. If you look at what we've already talked about already, under general matters, question 5.2 is really an overarching, the summation of the whole plan, isn't it? It's it's like the answer I come to at the end. So really there are lots of comments on this and lots of points, but I think I understand pretty much where everyone's coming with 5.2. Once I open it up, if people want to particularly raise points about that, more than welcome, and we can listen to that. But I have no particular question of 5.2 because I think it's such an overarching thing. We'll get into the detail. Apologies if I've already upset the apple cart by moving things around. But keep you on your toes.
Shows we were listening.
5.2 will come on to 5.2 will get picked up generally, but I'm not. I've got your statement. I've got everyone's statements. I know where I stand on that, and nobody should be under any illusion that I don't understand the concerns, the pros and cons that have been put forward about housing requirements, scale of growth, distribution of growth. That I'm pretty au fait with all that. Question 5.3 is a bit of I suppose a digression, I suppose, on the main. It's not quite as important as the rest of it. And the council have given me a very detailed response to that question. It might be the way I asked it. It wasn't as deep, perhaps, as may have been interpreted in the response. It was and just for anyone's peace of mind, if some of the questions are, well, we're not really always getting at here, just in future, if you're not sure, ask Annette for clarity, and you just say, can we just clarify what is, because obviously
there was a lot of work done, as you say, in order to respond to that.
Yes, and I do appreciate it. And it might, obviously, unintended consequences. Sometimes I can't anticipate how every question is going to land. But yeah, I mean, the main point really, ultimately, was policy SS1 talks about a few of the PL policies because they're quite important. It doesn't talk about some of the other PL policies, so are they not as important, or are they not part of the strategy? The culmination of that is the council said, well, we think there's a scope for a main mod on this to reflect that, and that's logical. And I suppose in a way that's what I was probably trying to just get at. Perhaps on reflection I could have asked that a little more straightforwardly. So thank you for that. The only thing I will say is, there is seemingly a logic just in terms of the overall policy that if it's setting out the strategy and the PL policies are part of that strategy, and obviously we'll come on to each PL policy in time and say how it works and is it appropriate. It would seem logical for SS1 to at least reflect that. Yes. Your statement says, I think the words we recommend, I recommend, but you recommend a main mod, but I don't think there's any wording for me, either in the statement or the mod schedule. So obviously at some point I'll need the wording of that to go into the schedule, so I can consider that at a later date. So that can be an action, I think. And I think there's an earlier action anyway for the mod schedule to be updated on the basis of everything we've talked about, and in some of the matter statements suggest mods as well. So they'll be slotted in. Again, it's not for people not in favour of the process. If a modification goes into the schedule, doesn't mean to say that's exactly how it will be. It's just how the council are putting those to me for me to consider once I've seen the wording. It's quite. So I've not seen that. So I come to no view as to whether the modification you come up with is suitable or not. But I think the principle is logical. Thanks. Do you have any other points on question 5.3?
You've summarised the position as we thought it, which is to acknowledge and recognise in SS1 the role that the other PL policies play in delivering the spatial strategy.
Thank you. So does anybody else have any? Because the questions 5.2 to 5.15, I think, are broken down under subheadings. I'll pause at each of the subheadings to see if anyone's got any points they want to make about any of these. So any points on the general matters, 5.2 and 5.3, anyone wants to make? Oh, you nearly missed your chance then. Yeah.
Better put that on. Well, first speaker on the first time I've been here. My concerns around this are simply that they haven't really, in the nub of it, demonstrated that they're developing all feasible options for other land. If we were looking at a policy here that was based on a situation where you have exceptional need, you would expect the other elements of development to have been effectively maxed out, so that they have made policy decisions to only allow infill proposals on some council estates. There's not really any real challenge on strategic industrial land, which is as protected as Greenbelt, but nonetheless, in this context, is fair game. The strategy doesn't really contain a policy. For example, you might expect to increase densification along main corridors. There's an area where they're missing a trick, and you'd expect, if they were approaching this from an exceptional need basis and looking to maximise all possible development that then justifies looking further, then you'd expect that to have been done. There's been, I know from my watching online, there's been a number of discussions about reasonable alternative, so I won't rehash that discussion. And I just sort of really finish with noting that by comparison with other areas, the northeast of the borough actually has very light touch, and again isn't compatible with an argument that they're working on the basis of exceptional need, because in a situation of exceptional need, you really would expect them to max out every alternative before, as a prerequisite to looking at the protected areas such as Greenbelt or strategic industrial land. And I think that's the nub of my concern with this policy.
Okay, thank you. Just obviously, you're aware that yesterday we talked about Greenbelt exceptional circumstances and whether or not one of that part of that discussion is obviously. Sorry, I'm not sure. I think you're being audible. Whether or not the councillors consider reasonable opportunities. So some of those points have been raised. So I've got a note of that. Thank you. whether the council want to respond to that or not, bearing in mind yesterday's discussion.
Not save to say that, of course, we have undertaken a process of optimisation, site selection and site searching that we think is comprehensive and appropriate.
There's if we get onto key diagram, there's a question in there about the gentle densification.
Yes.
There is no policy. I think that's the way. There is no policy on gentle densification. It's a point I'm probably going to make. I mean, in the great scheme of things, I understand what the council has been saying about optimising density and so on, but there may well be how is that reflected in the plan question. I don't know if you could answer that now, actually.
Well, so we have considered the question of the effect of developing on the character of areas by way of our site selection processes. There are a series of policies that ensure that there's a proper consideration of the relevant issues around character. The gentle densification policy approach, we, of course, have made some suggestions with regard to how one deals with that. And can I suggest that we deal with that in more detail when we come to those particular policies?
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I think, fine. Okay, I won't. I've got some thoughts, but I won't get into them now.
Thank you, sir.
I understand your position. Right, okay. Thank you. So I'm going to move on then to questions 5.4 to 5.7, which relate to how flood risk has been considered, again, at a strategic level. Oh, sorry. Everybody.
Yes, we're now moving on to flooding. So
it's going to be quick today. It's going to be a lot of, going to be a lot of moving, quick thinking. I'm going to whip through. Right. So these questions are about aspects of the evidence base and consider how the effects of growth have been taken into account in terms of flood risk and whether certain strategic issues have been addressed robustly and in accordance with national policy on flooding. This does take us a little bit into some new territory about approach. I don't think we've really talked about this before, so that's a nice change, isn't it?
Yes.
Some of this, of course, might also cover what I've raised in the site selection methodology about flooding as well, which is a subtly different question, but it might all amount to the same thing, is how you've considered flood risk through the plan. So 5 point, sorry. So yeah, firstly on 5.4, obviously the first question is on, or first point is about the requirement for the framework to base your policy on strategy on a strategic flood risk assessment. Is there anything you'd like to say about the SFRA?
No, we have, of course, undertaken that, both at level 1 and level 2. So you'll have seen that there were comments from the Environment Agency with regard to the approach and the conclusions that were reached ultimately with regard to the degree to which any or all of the sites had been properly assessed against the sequential and exception tests. And critically, what we're talking about here is the assessment of the delivery of the various sites. And the sequential and exception tests needed to be, of course, considered as part of that process. There were then a series of discussions with the Environment Agency, which have led ultimately to a statement of common ground in draft form that indicated that the Environment Agency was content with the further work that had been undertaken by the Council. You'll have noticed that the Statement of Common Ground is as yet unsigned, but we have received a letter, and so I'm proposing to put that to you, a letter that confirms the agency's position, that it's content with the further work that we have undertaken and which is now within the E set of documents. I'll give you the reference, if I may, just... You may get there sooner than I, sir. But,
it's... I've written down about the topic paper. I've not given it. I'm not making note of the references.
It's E7.6.
7.6. Yes.
And the E7.6 deals with the sequential and the exception test, and it's that testing that has been assessed, albeit in a slightly earlier version by the agency, nothing that changes the conclusions in the subsequent document, that led the Environment Agency to be content with our conclusions. Of course, we need to go through both the sequential and the exception tests in order to identify whether or not it's appropriate in the circumstances compliant with the MPPF to allocate those various sites, and that's been undertaken. That process has, to say, consideration of flooding issues has been undertaken in detail through the SFRA, both through stages 1 and 2 and with the sequential and exception test document. But it's also been considered as part of the allocation process, because so you'll have noted that certain sites were excluded as a result of being entirely within flood zone 3B. So there was evaluation and re-evaluation of the issue of the effect that flood risk may have on the developability of particular sites. Now that, of course, is not of itself compliant with the MPPF, which requires the carrying out of the two principal tests, sequential and the exception test, as a result of which we undertook our further assessment in accordance with the agency's recommendations. So, as a result, you can be satisfied, we say, that national policy is being complied with, and principally because the body that is and has responsibility for considering those issues has not only undertaken a scrutiny of what we first did, but reached the conclusion that after further work we have satisfied its concerns.
Thank you. Just on those concerns, I identified, I think in the preliminary questions I noted there was concerns, and I think in the one of the many documents it talked about, oh, we're dealing with this, or we're doing some extra work. So obviously my immediate was, oh, what are you doing? Shouldn't be doing that after you've submitted, but I won't go over that again. But understanding what was that, when you and actually referred to in 5.552 of your statement, it talks about the acknowledgement that the SFRA level 2 were incorrectly formulated. Can you just perhaps explain what was considered faulty in the first things and what has changed? Has anything substantively changed, particularly about the outcomes? So if a site was deemed, when I say outcomes, where it sits in flood zones and sequential tests, but also whether it's still justified that certain sites were allocated or not.
Yes, I will, sir. I hope that I'll deal with it comprehensively. If I don't, then Mr. Brown will no doubt pick up on other ways in which the level 2 assessment was incorrectly formulated. But when one looks at the original work under the level 2 SFRA, it didn't include a detailed analysis of the application of the exception test in respect of particular sites. So the agency was concerned that you couldn't see the rationale for the acceptance or otherwise of the exception test, and indeed the sequential test. So that's why it required re-evaluation. We were content that was going to be capable of being addressed. Just to deal with your point about, well, why was the plan submitted? We were content that was capable of being addressed. And indeed, there have been discussions with the agency which had led to that being a reasonable judgment in the circumstances. So,
can I just make it clear? So, if in the original, which I'm sure is before me, must be before me, the original information before me, yeah. You did carried out the exception test, and passed. A site may have passed. In the subsequent work, is the results effectively the same? You've just explained it more clearly. So it's not actually changed the results. Just you've elucidated.
Yes, Mr. Brown perhaps can confirm that, but yes, that's fine.
Yeah, Luke Brown. Yeah, the other issue that was picked up by the Environment Agency was some of the maps in the SFRA Level 2 didn't fully reflect the updated 2023 Environment Agency mapping. And you'll note within the sequential test report, there is a table in there that sort of gives percentages. Some of those are very small, so they're less than 1%. And that's simply due to the GIS effectively not picking up that very small pixel, if you like, on the maps originally. So it would almost say that the site is completely in flood zone 1, when in reality there is a very small proportion in flood zone 2 or 3. So it was clarifying that through the mapping as well, and then, you know, in terms of the red line boundary and how it impacted the site. So those were also corrected as part of the EA representation.
Did that then bring more sites into flood zone 2 or 3, so you had to carry out more testing, or did it actually move some out, or both?
Kind of both, really. I mean, the other issue in the background, we knew that there was a flood risk adjacent to the site anyway. So from our side of things, we still looked at that through the site assessment process. You know, in terms of the impact on the deliverability of the site, whether the land use classification was appropriate, the access to and from the site was appropriate as well in terms of flooding. So the updated maps didn't really cause us too many problems because it really was just a very small percentage that had changed from the original mapping. But of course, we looked at that and made sure that there wasn't any alternative conclusions, if you like, from that assessment.
Okay, thank you. So just to be absolutely clear, so I've got this. So if a site had been allocated, and then you, or at least I need to come on to how this is fed into the site, into the actual allocation of sites in a moment. But if a site had been allocated on the basis of flood zone 1, and that's how you'd assessed it, there are sites in the, there are now sites in the schedule, in the topic paper or work, which actually you've had to bring into flood zone 2 or 3. Or to an extent. So in terms of the overall site selection process, you're telling me about that doesn't alter. If you were starting from scratch and you knew that was in, and you'd immediately identify that was partly in flood zone 2 or 3 or whatever, that wouldn't, you're saying that wouldn't have altered your overall outcome. And is that, and sorry, just why, is that because of the proportions?
Yes, that's right. We've looked at the proportions, and in most cases it is sort of less than 1% of the total site is impacted by flood zone. But of course we have looked at the impact that would have on accessibility to the site, because of course we need to make the site safe if we're going to allocate that. But also against the policy requirements we had in the plan for those particular sites, and the land use classification as well, to make sure again that it is compatible with the framework and with the policies in the plan. So we have re-looked at that, but the conclusions are the same, that because of the proportionality is very small, it wouldn't have a difference in outcome.
Okay. Looking at the list of sites that you've provided, which have some effect on flooding, and yes, there are some which are minute, I accept that. When you were looking at the site selection, I'm jumping a little ahead to site selection, but we're talking about it now. Where was the line drawn between a site that was not taken forward for consideration because of flooding, and a site where it was subject to flood risk, but you did take it forward for consideration? Was the decision ever based purely on flooding, or was it you'd sort of decided for other reasons why to exclude a site, and then you get to the flooding issue to see if it's suitable or not? Or was flooding a sort of reason for sieving out? And if that was the case, how come some have got through, which are 100% flood zone 2, if flooding was a sieve? Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. As part of the first sieve of sites, an absolute constraint was the proportionality of the site within flood zone 3B, which is the highest level of flooding. And within Appendix H of the HELAR document, it identifies 5 or 6 of those sites that were excluded solely because of the flood risk. At that point, we felt, because of the extent of flood zone 3B, one, it would provide uncertainty in terms of deliverability, whether those issues could be mitigated through policy or mitigation. And also there were sequentially more preferable sites within the package of sites, if you like, that we took forward. So that was really the red line there, where we thought, okay, these sites are heavily constrained by flood risk, but the rest or the remaining sites, the majority were in flood zone 1. And then there was a kind of a proportion of those remaining sites that were in 2 and 3. So we decided to take those forward to the next stage because they needed further investigation in the site assessment process through a level 2 SFRA. One, to make sure that the sites that are allocated or go forward for allocation can accommodate development. The issues could be resolved either through mitigation or through particular land use allocation on those sites. But that's why we, as part of the SFRA Level 2, we undertook an individual flood risk assessment for those sites to understand those risks a little bit more. And when you do look at the list and look at the maps in the SFRA document, a sizable portion of those sites are in flood zone 1. So we felt that it wouldn't prohibit development on all of the site going forward. And because the majority of them are relatively large, there were other policy requirements that would be delivered as part of those redevelopment proposals, such as green infrastructure, drainage capacity infrastructure, open space, which are more water compatible, so they could be accommodated on the areas of flood risk, or the higher risk, if you like, parts of those sites. Whereas the more vulnerable uses, such as residential, could be accommodated in the section of the site that's flood zone 1. But as I mentioned before, throughout this process, we've made sure that, and this is kind of where the exceptions test kicks in, of making sure that the sites are safe, so the accessibility to the site is safe in case there is a flood, that people can get off the site safely. But also with other factors and considering other issues to do with the site selection, it's providing that balance. Is there going to be a social benefit to redeveloping these sites, particularly those in the town? Yes, there is going to be some housing development there that would benefit social side of things. Economically, there's going to be jobs delivered, and environmentally, there is going to be open space provision, green infrastructure, biodiversity net gain. So on balance, considering the other constraints as well as flooding, they were decided to take those forward. We felt that the flooding issues could be resolved through policy.
Okay, thank you. Two distinctions, just to be exact. I acknowledge that if a site is 20% covered by a flood zone 2, there may, I guess if it's allocated, we'll be able to come on to the reality of what you've suggested in terms of numbers and everything, but there may be scope to deliver, and it would be consistent with the sequential test, to deliver the more vulnerable uses in the area of flood zone 1 and move the less vulnerable use, more vulnerable use even, to the areas of flood zone 2 and 3, and maybe a master plan could be developed or a scheme could be developed that could accommodate that. That's given. So when you were doing your analysis, that kind of understand that. But just to be absolutely sure, because there are sites where it's 100%, you've also considered that through the sequential test and exceptions test, there will be a need to deliver on sites which are at risk of flooding. So that's, you're not ruling out flooding purely because you can accommodate it all on flood zone 1 sites. There are sites which fall into that category and will be development on flood zone 2.
Yes, that's correct. We do need these sites to deliver the overall strategy, regeneration benefits, vision and objectives of the plan. But again, in those particular circumstances, we've looked in detail at the vulnerability of the land uses, and there's a few sites where we've got mixed use development that is in the flood zone, but we've looked at accommodating less vulnerable uses on the ground floor and more vulnerable uses on the upper floors, again reflecting the nature of those sites. And there's a couple of the allocations also since the SFRA was done in 2016. The mapping, Environment Agency mapping, it didn't at that point didn't include some of the mitigation measures that were actually already in place on either on these sites or nearby the sites that would obviously have a positive impact in them in terms of them going forward. That was then reflected in the updated 2023 SFRA, where the Environment Agency maps did reflect some of these changes to the flooding maps based on changes to the extent of flooding. So there's a couple of sites where when you kind of switch on the mitigation, it takes the flooding aspect away from those sites. Therefore, we were comfortable that the site could be safely developed for the land uses. Sorry,
I beg your pardon. No, Karen.
For the land uses that we're proposing.
Okay, thank you. Just my understanding or recollect is that when you're doing the sequential test, though, it's usually mitigation off, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's just we've tried to look at everything really in terms of this to make sure that the sites that we're putting forward are appropriate.
And the sites which do fall in within floods, presumably they're not all within. There are sites both within the urban area and within. Are any of the sites that have been put forward in the green belt? I've got the information, but just to save me trawling through all these tables, the only sites that are identified in the green belt within the flooded categories.
Yes, there is sites in the green belt. They're obviously the two large strategic allocations in the flood zone, partly in the flood zone. The site at Hadley Wood is partly in the flood zone as well. But again, as part of these, they're bigger allocations, and as I mentioned before, a significant proportion of those that land on those allocations are in flood zone 1. They will be delivering additional benefits as well, and therefore that we're comfortable that the residential element could be accommodated on flood zone 1.
Well, that's the point. I think is in the greenbelt land, for the avoidance of doubt, is the position. Yes, they're partially in flood zone 2 and 3, or 2 and 3, but the intention, and we'll come on to what the policies say at some point in the future. The intention is that housing will be delivered, or the vulnerable use will be delivered, in the flood zone 1 elements. Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess it's again not for today. At some point, I'll probably just want to be looking at the boundaries and the green belt release, because depending how it works, it may well be if the extent of green belt release versus where the development's going to go, and those. But that's a question for another time, and whether it actually makes sense and everything else. But just I'll flag that up now. And clearly, I'm going to take the comment you made now about the intention is that the development's going to be in. There'll be, if you like, the sequential test will be a site. There'll be a sequential test site. Effectively, notwithstanding what the framework says about if it's gone through an allocation, you know what I mean. But there'll still be an expectation that it will be in the flood zone 1 areas. Okay, thanks. Just one other point on this, and it is a bit of a side selection, but it's general as well. And this comes back to the overall picture, not just Greenbelt, the overall picture. The sites within the urban area which are in flood zone, which have gone through the sequential testing. I've noted in the topic paper, which I hopefully summarises this, where a site's been through the sequential test, the answer is usually, I'll quote, all other alternatives have been discounted from further consideration through the HELA, site assessed through the SFRA. Now, given how the overall requirement is calculated, which is a capacity-based test, at least overall, it was a pre-2029, but why would you need to go? Why would you be? Trying to best to explain. You could be capacity constrained. So it's not a case of, right, we need to deliver 35,000 houses. We can't do that without going to flood zone 2. Therefore, all alternatives have been discounted. This is a capacity-based assessment. So when you say, where's the limit, I guess? Would any site ever fail the sequential test in this context, I suppose, is part of the question.
Yeah, I suppose it is quite unique in that fact, but there are other issues in terms of taking a site forward from particularly the brownfield sites, such as the regeneration benefits. Some of these sites are empty, they need regenerating, and just because they're in a flood zone shouldn't always preclude development. There are other benefits of taking a site forward as long as the site can be made safe. In terms of, and this is kind of our interpretation of this, in the fact that we're trying to use as much brownfield land to deliver homes and regeneration as possible to limit any sort of development elsewhere. But if we didn't take some of these sites forward solely because of the flooding issue, then we would have to look at other locations. But as I said before, the sift of sites, when we did that initially, we did lose a lot at the beginning, not just from a flooding perspective, but from other issues as well. So it just limited that search in terms of all available sites that we can look into further detail on, particularly in respect to flooding.
I think there's obviously an overarching point, which is the amount of need that needs to be satisfied. We're not dealing with a situation where there is a level of need that's capable of being satisfied, and there are or more than capable of being satisfied, and some of the sites of those are in flood zones 2 and 3, and they would be excluded under the usual process. Because of the overarching level of need, there's been a judgment reached as to how one, through the IIA process in part, as to how one is supposed to deliver that, and within that context, the sequential test had to be applied. So, entirely take your point that it's different from the usual set of events, but it's one that nevertheless has to be gone through as a result of the planning policy position.
Thanks. And exception test. Sorry, I'll just make sure you've picked up on my points. And maybe this is a site-by-site basis thing, but you may have answered, because one of the points when I go through the table quite quickly, it talks about on the safety side of it. I mean, the benefits and everything. You talk about those, and understood. There's a general kind of it's delivering housing or employment. Well, again, if it was the only point, nothing to ever fail at potentially. But there are, except for some of the sites, there are other reasons listed about other benefits. So take that, and that might be something we need to look at on a site-by-site basis. You've done a test. But on the safety side, which is obviously the second element of the exception test, it does talk about, in some cases, like exclusion zone. The SFRA recommends an exclusion zone, and only less vulnerable users should be identified in areas, or water-compatible users should be identified in those exclusion zones. Now, obviously, again, I note when I look at the table with the percentages in, and then look at the exception test, in some cases it will say the site is 100% flood zone 2. So how do you deliver, and again in principle, might be we have to look at it side by side, in principle, how do you deliver what the topic paper or exception test is saying about safety and less vulnerable water compatible uses going into the flood areas if the entire site is a flood area? Now, what you've just said about upper levels might be where it's coming from, I don't know, but...
Yeah, this has been quite an important thread all the way through, and obviously in discussions with colleagues at the Environment Agency, there's two aspects to this really. It's the access on and off the site to make sure that people can get off the site if there is a flood. And the second point is there a benefit of developing the site that would actually better the flood risk, if that makes sense, in the future, so through mitigation or drainage infrastructure, one that would reduce any existing flood risk on the site, but also have benefits potentially elsewhere on there as well. So that was a consideration through the process too, and particularly on those sites where there is a bit of a more extensive flood risk. And that's reflected in some of the site allocation policies and in the broader strategic policies on flood risk and drainage. So those points were considered at that, in terms of that second point of the exceptions test at the time of the site assessment and investigating those kind of issues with the allocation process.
Understood.
I think it's also that if one's dealing with some of the sites, for example, Meridian East, which is SA 5.6, which has 100% in flood zone 2, which so you can see, which you can see on page 20. That's a less vulnerable use in any event, and so the exception test doesn't need to be applied in those circumstances. And in addition, actually, the factual position is that it has planning permission in any event.
I think the example I was just looking at was, you said SA 5.2. Is that the example? 5.6.
I wondered if you were thinking about 5.2.
5.2 is, residential, I think, isn't it? And so 5.2 is 100% flood zone 2, 54% flood zone 3, 12% flood zone 3B. I mean, maybe in terms of, okay. And then if I look at the exception test for that, 5.2, it does say level 2 FSRA identifies that exclusion zone is required to exclude vulnerable or more vulnerable land uses, etc. Now, if it doesn't say anything there, well, it does say something in the benefits test about being able to improve the flood situations. To take the point there, it's just if you're excluding everything out. Sorry, was your point then that by developing the site, the actual 100% will go down? So but it won't be 100% anymore. Thus, you can deliver housing on it and still be safe.
No, not. I mean, that could be tested through the planning application stage, but these particular sites are part of a broader development at Meridian Water, which is underway at the moment. Largely has planning permission, so there's already kind of a master plan in place for that site, which does obviously provide significant green infrastructure, which goes on particularly on areas where there is flood risk. But more broadly, we have, as I said, looked at the safety of the part 2 of the exceptions test informally as part of the site assessment process, but obviously more formally through the paper we've done.
Okay, just one thing, and it's a bit of it might just be unlucky, or I've misread something. My eye fell on site SA 8.3 in your table 1 in the, and it might be I've completely misunderstood something, but table 0.3, it's on the second page of the table and it's down as Montague Industrial Estate. So Montague Industrial says that it's it's about 80% flood zone 2. Fine, that's factual props. When I then look at table 3 in the topic paper, sorry, it says.
Is that in the allocations topic paper? Is that
Sorry, in the sequential test topic paper.
Yes.
Table 3 in the sequential, it says S.3. So again, it's fine. Montague Industrial Estate, 80% industrial use, less vulnerable. But then when I look at here, I looked in this to see what it said in here, and it's a residential site with a different name.
Oh, okay. We can check that.
So if I look at SA 8.3, and it might just be absolutely unlucky that I've just looked at this particular example. SA 8.3 in this appendix is corner of Greens Lane and North Circle. Now, sometimes you all have local knowledge. You'll know whether Montague Industrial Estate is the same thing as that. It may well be. But when I look at the policy for it, or the proposal for it, again, and I'm going to embarrass myself if I've completely misinformed myself about this.
We think
it says 129 houses in years 5 to 10, so not a less vulnerable use. So I think if that's the only, is that an error? And I've not mistaken, but yeah, I think I just need to check that. Have you been unlucky? And I just happened to follow that one through, and it's the only one. But I do think it might be worth doing a bit of an audit trail to make sure there's nothing else in that respect. But the question would be, if this is a more vulnerable use, and it doesn't appear, I don't think it then appears, although have I checked, the question is, have I checked whether it's actually in your exception test or not? I don't think it is. So
probably isn't. If it's less vulnerable in there, it's probably not been carried through to exception.
Yeah, so I do think, you know, an explanation perhaps, and if it's a one-off error, fine. But I would like a bit of an audit to make sure this is all accurate. And when we come onto that site, clearly some of this will be discussed. But I obviously need to be certain that there's no methodological problem that sites have been identified on the wrong basis. So again, it might be really unlucky, but I just need to know.
That's absolutely fine, and apologise for that.
Yeah, so we'll check that and do that audit. So on our list of things to do.
Okay. Thank you. I've covered most of that. I've covered all that in one fell swoop. And as I say, some of it will be site specific, some of it is general. But obviously, yes, the letter from the Environment Agency would be helpful. A signed statement of common ground even more so. I understand the work you've done, understand your position. Obviously, I need to go away and think about whether or not I'm content that is in line with national policy. Maybe others who wish to comment that, but I've got no other questions on these questions. Have you got anything else you wish to say?
Just one thing, I think, for completeness, sir, which is that the exclusion zones are identified, and you'll see those are identified. There is a further study that includes those exclusion zones. So it may be worthwhile you having a copy, but we're happy that very much in your, up to you.
Sorry, I mean, I saw that there are, and I'll be quite honest,
yes.
Because I've got to manage my time accordingly. The hundreds of individual SFRA level 2s I'm not going to look at until I have to do the site. So are they in there?
Well, they're not,
No.
but what, it's not necessary for the purposes of reaching your conclusions under stage 1 to have those in place. It may be that they become significant for your purposes in stage 2. So it can be just one of those documents that you require after you've reached your considerations under stage 1. Other than that, sir, nothing from us. Mr. Brown does.
Sorry, just for ease as well for everybody and yourself, on the examination website, the PDFs for the SFRA aren't site-related in terms of their labels. So if that's okay, we would sort of propose to maybe reorder them to make it easier for people to have a look and how they relate to individual sites. At the moment, they're just PDFs and numbers. And you have to go through them all to try and find the site that you want. So it's just making it clear on the examination page, I think.
Okay, leave that with me. Okay. On one hand, that might be very sensible. On the other hand, I'm really loath to start messing around with the examination library too much if we can avoid it, because obviously everyone gets very confused about where we are. So take the point. It might be that that's very sensible, but I just want to look into that first. Okay, excellent. So on the questions 5.4, I think it's 5.7. Is that right? Any points on that, Mr. Harbert?
Thank you. Yeah, just a small point on the site at Hadley Wood, which was raised. I understand the mitigation of only proposing to build housing outside of flood zones 2 and 3, but I'm also concerned about the downstream impact. This site is on Monk and Mead, which is a main river. And downstream of that, there's some low-lying houses in Bartram's Lane. And then it flows underneath the Great Northern Railway in a fixed capacity culvert. And beyond that, there are areas of, particularly when you get down to the Cockfosters Road, which are subject to surface water flooding at the moment. So there is no investment that's been identified in the plans so far, and no mitigation committed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you. Does the plan, as far as you're reading it, require mitigation? It might not be committed, but is it a? I mean, there will be policies in the plan. There are policies in the plan that say obviously impacts on this will need to be mitigated. Are you not satisfied with that? You want to see the schemes first?
If we're allocating a site from the Green Belt, I would expect the mitigation to be part of the justification for releasing that site, sir.
Thank you. There's a water jug, but I think that's Mr. Byrne behind the water jug. I can't see.
Thank you, sir. Sorry about that.
I can't see your name.
It was just very quickly, just to try and understand. So some of the sites that were taken out due to level 1 constraints already have housing on them, and that housing some of that housing has recently been emptied due to other safety concerns. So those sites have come out. So what we're left with is sites which are sort of not doing anything, and as I understand it, could potentially be made safer by being allocated as sites in terms of their flood risk, but have just been sifted out. I didn't really understand the logic.
So when you say level 1, you're talking about level 1 SFRA or step 1 in site selection methodology?
Sorry, step 1 in the site. It might be a site selection methodology. I think it might.
No, it's not a problem in mentioning it now.
Okay.
I just wanted to, again, I always need to make sure when I'm making my note, I understand what your point is. So so the question is, it's effectively sieving out sites which could have the same results as sites that haven't been sieved out. Is that
It could be made safer. So I was listening quite carefully about how you consider sites which do have a flood risk and how they could be made actually safer. So we have precisely that, I think, at the Shire's estate, which has obviously had some challenges over the last couple of years. And it really stood out because I think there's 3 sites that have been sifted out there. And I completely accept the flood risk definition, but it just seemed like an opportunity for mitigation and to address those issues on safety grounds rather than to just take the sites out.
I mean, from my point of view, again, I'm not examining these alternatives. I'm not looking at that. As when people give me examples of things like that, the question is, how does that affect the justification for the plan and the process? So I'm not going to decide whether those sites are great sites and then could be delivered. I think the point I have to think about is what you're saying is everything been dealt with on a consistent and similar basis. I'm really sorry. This is really bad. I don't know if anyone could close the blind. Or close my eyes, because when I'm going to be looking, I imagine I'm going to be looking over here quite a lot, and it's my eyes are already struggling, and I'm really. That one's fine. It's just the ones there. Thank you very much. I'm being a bit of a diva, but I'm already can't really see. So thank you. Nice to have a sunny day, I suppose, but there's a downside of it. Thank you very much. Right, thank you for that. And Councillor Georgiou.
Thank you, sir. And I would say on the point that you raised, that you're meant to effectively be assessing whether there is a consistent or an inconsistent approach. I'd say, given the commentary that we've just heard and my experience in this council, there is a proclivity towards inconsistency. And one such example is I would use as a point, and I'm not being site specific because it's not in the plan, but Brimsdown, there was recent application for a tower block in Brimsdown, which the council vociferously opposed, and I've never seen anything like it from the council, opposed this site. It was a flood zone too, but there was already a pub on it. So the point that I'm trying to make, that it seems, from what I've heard, and as a layman I may have misheard, the council's position is, well, where there's a will, there's a way. And I would, without creating obviously more work for you, and it's for you to decide, but I think the approach by Mr. Brown, that we have it a bit clearer as to which sites were discounted based on flood zone being the primary concern, would be incredibly helpful, because then we'd be able to assess whether that approach means that we no longer have to develop on the green belt. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Before you come back, no more. So before you come back on that, this I guess is a question again for site selection as much as anything else, but it falls into the category of where it's all documented and it's able to see the sites that have been sifted out at stage 1 effectively. They are documented somewhere. You can tell me where that is when we get to it, I think. But again, it's just for if for no other reason to sort of similar points have been made throughout. So if we can just get an answer once and for all, then that's that. Thank you. But if any other points you want to come back on?
So, firstly, in terms of Mr. Harbert's point, I don't know whether Mr. Brown has any particular issues that he wants to make on that.
Yeah, just in response to that, the requirement for the site does mention Thames Water have indicated that wastewater infrastructure needs to be improved and they need to incorporate sustainable drainage systems on the site to reduce the flood risk on site and elsewhere. So that is a requirement of that site in terms of the policy.
When you've been obviously assessing these sites and you've been looking at whether or not not just sequential tests and safety and everything else, but presumably EA, Thames Water have been raising mitigation. So as part of the exercise, you've been determining whether or not that mitigation is feasible.
Yeah, and the SFRA level 2 picks up on this. It assesses all risks from flooding, such as groundwater, surface water, reservoir flooding. And again, at that point, it's engaging with the statutory consultees on how we can make those improvements, whether it's through development or other reasons. So again, that was kind of part of the site assessment process and just the ongoing engagement with statutory consultees.
So yeah, okay. There's no a plan level of certainty. Not a project level of certainty necessarily, but the plan level of certainty, there's a reasonable comfort from the statutory consultees and providers that would be possible. Delivery is a different issue. Funding, we might, but I'm talking about physically possible to mitigate these issues.
Yeah, on particular sites, where there is a more substantial development, then as part of those discussions and as part of the planning for those sites, you would see significant water drainage infrastructure to be able to accommodate the level of growth on some of those. I mean, some of the smaller sites, maybe not, but the bigger sites in particular, there is an expectation. And some of the other policies in the plan, more strategic ones, do cover that through the development management process.
Yeah, I think common sense dictates that, you're not going to have a fully worked up flood mitigation strategy for every single allocation if it's for, but a judgment applies whether or not there's any reason why that couldn't be done in practical terms. But on bigger sites, more complicated sites, more controversial, not controversial, more where problems have definitely been identified, then that would be probably a more high level of certainty. Would that be reasonable? Yeah. Okay, thank you. I will then now
So I don't know whether you wanted to deal with the question of whether or not there has been a consistent approach.
Yes. Beg your pardon. Sorry, I've stopped you in your tracks. Beg your
not
pardon.
at all. Mr. Brown, do you want to deal with the degree to which there has been consistency of approach on that?
Yeah, in terms of this, as I said, at stage 1, we did sift out the sites, and that really is down to a sequential approach. Yes, the sites that are already developed in Flood Zone 3, but actually there are, from a plan-making perspective, there are better sites with a less of a flood risk. Now, that doesn't necessarily preclude development coming forward on the more constrained sites through the plan. There are development management policies that, that can be put forward in terms of applications coming in and being assessed against those. But from a plan-making perspective, there were better, less constrained sites in terms of flood risk that could accommodate the growth in relation to the framework. So that was the approach the council took from the very beginning of the site assessment process. And that's kind of been fed through that site assessment process up into proposing these as allocations. But we do obviously take the point that these sites can come forward through the plan making process. But from our side of things, we identified that there were better, less constrained sites in terms of flood risk.
Sorry.
Sorry, before you start, is there anything else you want to say on coming back on the first round of points? There is a second round of points.
So forgive me, sir.
Yeah.
I was just getting some instructions on something. No, thank you. I've heard what Councillor Georgiou has had to say. We don't need to respond.
Right, so if you just want to come, but again, no, nothing new.
Nothing new, it's just responding to what Mr. Brown has said, which effectively, in summary, I would say, why not do it all rather than take the windfall approach, which is effectively what he's just said. I'd leave it there.
Okay, well, I don't think I need a response. It's a rhetorical question for me to consider, and I think I understand the overall picture on that. Okay, thanks. Start transport. I'll have a break now. We'll have a break now because transport could be I think it probably only take about 10 minutes, but we'll no. If we take a break now, we'll come back at 11:05, and we'll move on. Thank you very much. 11:05. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll make a start. So moving on back up, so we're on to questions 5.8 to 5.11 on my MIQs, which relate to strategic transport issues. Again, quite likely, obviously, we'll come on to some of these site-specific, and we've talked about some of them already. When I go through these questions, these for me and my points will be, I'll just take 5.8 to 11 in the round, so I'm not going to split it down. But at the end of my points, I'll obviously allow anyone to come in who wishes to. Again, there has been some discussion about transport matters in relation to matter one. That was particularly the duty to cooperate and what engagement there's been with strategic transport authorities, highway authorities, national highways, and so on. They've also had some further discussions. So that everyone's aware, probably already aware anyway, that I've had statements of common ground with National Highways, and National Highways have put in a matter statement for this session. Statements of common ground with neighbouring highway authorities, and there's a statement of common ground with TfL, an original one. I'm aware there's been reference to a revised statement of common ground that's supposedly going to be provided, but I've not had it as yet. I'll come on to that immediately. I think that might be my first question, where we are with that. And moreover, in my response to one of my preliminary questions, the Council produced a transport topic paper, which is document E3.5, which I asked for a summary of the transport issues, and that's obviously before me as well, and I had regard to that. So quite a lot of detail provided by the Council and various and their consultants. In response to my questions in the MIQs, quite a lot of detail and background about the transport modelling that's taken place. I'm not going to try and go through all of that line by line and try and understand, and question. It's before me. I've got if you like, the responses of the highways authorities and National Highways and TfL to that exercise, and there might be some broad outcomes, but I don't necessarily want to look at what such Trix says about site SA 4.2 and that level of detail, just so everyone's aware. I don't want to do that. So that's where we are. There's a lot of background. So, but first things first, can the Council or TfL explain to me where we are with that emerging statement of common ground that was discussed last week?
So yes, there are still, I think, discussions, but I understand that we will be sending a draft to further draft to TfL, and the expectation is that there will be resolution by Monday, but that's where we are at least.
Is that your understanding?
Yeah, we are waiting for the Council to reach out to us. We have provided the back and forth appendices 1, 2, and 3 to the Council, and we are waiting for them to provide us with their response. I'm not sure if by Monday we'll be able to get it to that position that we can sign it.
Okay, inevitably and unfortunately, when that document arrives, if it raises anything which isn't discussed today or changes anything that's going to discussed today, that we can't resolve that today. So I think it's going to be another issue. Notwithstanding the fact that transport is always going to be a strategic level and a detailed level anyway, but it's going to be another issue that we can't necessarily get to the bottom of before stage 2, and there may have to be some mechanism by which anything new that comes out is identified. The other thing is, I will come on to a couple of clarity about what is before me, transport modelling wise. And this again goes back to that point I made. I think I made it earlier today about this programme of works. One of the actions, the programme of works that the Council has already been talking about in terms of engagements with people, and if any of this is in that programme, what that means. But some of that is I don't understand at the moment what it is you're doing. So yeah, that's just a bit of a I hope that I can get some sensible discussion about the transport matters, but there's obviously going to be a bit of an unknown unless, obviously, you might be between you maybe to tell me what's in the statement of common, or what isn't, what's still in dispute, and I can at least understand that. But we may have to come back and consider these things again if anything new arises. So thank you for that. Clarifying a few points for me about what is before me, and just looking at your matters statement, if we may. Paragraph 5.8.14. If we could just draw your attention to that. So preceding that is an extensive list of the work that's been carried out, and various different modelling and different outputs and scenarios, and that's all fine. I think there's most of that's before me, but 5.8.14 talks about the LBE, local plan and TfL strategic transport models final, dated 13th of the 11th, 2024. So that's first things first. Slightly losing track of what is before me and what isn't, particularly since submission. So if we could just clarify, is that a document that's before me? Is that?
So I'll...
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Feeney. Yes, I was saying that I'll check that as you go through your other questions, sir, and provide you with the relevant reference as I'm able to.
Okay. I mean, there are follow-up questions about that document because it talks about use of the latest models, including specific adaptations for environmental purposes. So is this the work which backed up the shadow appropriate assessment, or is that a different piece of work, or is it the same work? And I'm just getting a bit, as I say, I just want to be absolutely certain I'm not missing something. So yeah, I think it's just that. If you want to come back on that, so I'll move on while you're getting that. Responses to questions 5.9 and 10, which set out some of the issues that have been identified through this through these processes, the issues and potential mitigation, including the identification of some detrimental impacts at junction 24 of the M25. Of course, you've got National Highways comments about that. If I've read it correctly, there are some potential concerns about congestion on the A10, A406 strategic road corridor. Bus capacity issues have been identified, and I don't sound like that, do I? So you got some kind of sound filter on there, some kind of weird voice filter. Sound terribly northern. Right, where was I? Yes. Other issues identified are capacity on buses and whether or not, the extent of the bus network coverage not extending as far as some of the major allocations. Seems to be a summary of some of the outputs of all of this work. Some of the issues have been identified. Then it talks about mitigation. Just on paragraph 5.9.7 of your statement, it refers to the effectiveness of mitigation being tested following further development and SPD preparation. It also refers to testing the potential mitigations through local transport tools. So that's in this statement. But then can I draw your attention to your topic paper, for the transport topic paper? Bear with me a second while I get it. Have you got that to hand? So paragraph 4.2.2 of the transport topic paper refers to developers being expected to use the IDP to help identify the infrastructure requirements they need to consider providing over the plan period, and details of infrastructure will be confirmed at the planning application stage. And 4.2.1 of the topic paper refers to information in the IDP is still emerging along with the evidence base. 4.2.3 refers to further information relating to costs for strategic sites currently being prepared through an infrastructure delivery strategy for each site in the plan. I just want to comment, take all of those comments together. Is that painting a picture for me of a degree of uncertainty, either both about the effectiveness of mitigation, well, the existence of mitigation, the effectiveness of mitigation, and the cost and the delivery of mitigation that should result in any concerns about soundness?
So no, there has been an assessment of, firstly, the impact of the development of proposals within the plan. And that's been undertaken in detail. And when I say impact, I mean in terms of highways impacts, the impacts on public transport, particularly, and most specifically buses. So that has been assessed. The question is then how mitigation has been arrived at. And mitigation has been considered, and it's anticipated that it will be effective. And the council is satisfied of that. But in terms of the detailed workings out of those elements, bearing in mind the anticipation of meeting the London Plan's accessibility objectives, there will need to be further work provided. But the essential elements, in order to achieve that modal split and modal share for non-car modes, the objectives, meeting those objectives is something that the council is satisfied with the ability to achieve. Now, Mr. Cole can deal with the mitigation elements, but they've been set out in the IDP, which identify what those specific measures are for particular sites, and most importantly here, we're dealing with Chase Park and Cruise Hill. And they are not, if I can put it like this, they're not extraordinary measures. That's to say that we're not dealing with the dualling of a road or the building of a vehicular railway, bridge over a railway. So they're matters that are, the council believes, capable of being delivered, and that whole process has then been taken forward through the placemaking strategies that are occurring in respect of both Chase Park and Cruise Hill. Now, with regard to the viability element, that has been tested through the whole plan viability assessment process. But it is being further tested, it has been further tested, as you've seen in the references within the MIQs, further tested by way of additional work, as you'd expect. That, of course, that detailed viability information is not before you. The references to it having been, or to it being carried out, is before you. The council is satisfied with relying upon the whole plan viability appraisal, because it is providing an appropriate framework within which to judge the deliverability of those sites, including respect of the highways issues and transportation issues. And you'll see, and we'll come on to the viability issues later on, you'll see that the assessment process has included not simply a baseline level of contribution, but also sensitivities as well. And that is sufficient for present purposes to understand the deliverability in overall terms, in viability terms, that is, rather, of the schemes. As to the practical deliverability, that's something that, again, Mr. Cole will be able to deal with. Let's say his satisfaction that, yes, those measures are capable of being addressed. But just to summarise the position, WSP have undertaken an analysis of the capacity of the existing system to accommodate the developments in question, both in terms of highways and public transport. They've reached the conclusion that those are both capable of being accommodated. The second step, namely what mitigation should then be provided in order to deal with the objectives for a higher modal share of non-car modes, that is something that then is being built upon at the moment. But the council, all the evidence before the council is that it is both deliverable and viable. So that's the overarching position. As I say, the detailed questions that arise from that are matters both for Mr. Cole, who will deal with the mitigation element as supported by Mr. Drennan from WSP, and then the baseline analytical processes will be dealt with by Mr. Drennan. There I should say, there was one other point that's come up with regard to the objections by Broxbourne, or rather the comments by Broxbourne, that we'll need to deal with specifically, and Mr. Drennan will be able to address those matters that Mr. Cooper is here to describe.
Yes, I mean, obviously, Broxbourne, I've got their hearing statement. Rather than, if you want to go through some of these headlines about mitigation and delivery next, that's fine. You've got. I don't think Broxbourne need to rehearse their comments for everybody to hear. They're all online. So I think if you may as well address those matters in the round when if you're dealing with highlighting issues around Junction 24. Or sorry, well, the M25 and the other roads that the Broxbourne are concerned about. It all flows from whether or not the strategy is mitigatable.
Exactly so, sir. So the first step to ask Mr. Drennan to deal with any of the issues that have been raised by Broxbourne and or any other matters.
I think rather than me tease out every single point, you know what the comments are going to be. You've given me the overview. We can probably circumvent a lot of back and forth if you just seek to set out what mitigation is being proposed and what I'm particularly interested in, obviously, the effectiveness and what I don't know. And you've explained what I don't, and
yes.
if what I don't know is critical, that's what I really need to know.
Quite so.
And they can help with that.
Yes.
My other points generally are, I really do want to understand what work's being done, how that affects the plan. But yeah, the unknowns particularly. But if anything they can provide additional to that, and maybe easier than me just going through a load of questions, they can just provide a summary.
Yes, well, quite so. Perhaps if we deal with it in that way, and then if anything comes up that you want to have answered, of course we'll endeavour to do so, and then we'll wait for the questions to be.
Yeah, I think the other points. But, yeah. So yeah, that's going to be faster.
Thank you very much. So firstly, Mr. Drennan, can we just deal with the question of the degree to which there has been an assessment of the impact of certainly the major proposals, Crucial and Chase Park, the impact of those on both the highway, or from the highway perspective, and from the public transport perspective, please.
Is that working? Good. Okay, I don't propose to go into a lot of detail in terms of the modelling because you've got all that background. Just to say that the methodology that we have used has been discussed with Transport for London, National Highways, Network Rail, and has been agreed on a step-by-step basis. So that is all set out in some of the documents that are before you. We have followed standard modelling practice and guidelines with that in terms of the assessment of the Enfield local plan, and we have included background growth, etc., within the Broxbourne area. There has been a lot of detailed assessments of the network, both highway and public transport in the Enfield area, but following guidance, there has not been that sort of detailed assessment of the networking area in Broxbourne, etc. One of the comments from Broxbourne has been around the growth that has been assumed within Broxbourne in terms of the dwellings and jobs. Again, we have followed DFT guidance, National Trip End model. We have constrained to those levels within Broxbourne, but that growth is spread across the district, and that's just following national guidelines. In terms of the Enfield growth, that is on a site-by-site specific basis, so the impacts are more localised. And again, that is following national guidance. Following all that assessment, we have looked at the outputs from that, and the evidence shows there is little impact on the Broxbourne network. We have discussed those outputs with TfL National Highways in Hertfordshire, and they have all agreed with that conclusion. In terms of the discussions we've had with National Highways on the impact on the strategic road network, we have provided outputs and shared with National Highways information on Junction 25, and they have concluded they are happy that the local plan growth does not detrimentally impact that junction. There has been also discussions on Junction 24, and there has been a scheme put forward to National Highways which has been agreed by them.
Just to be clear, in terms of the impacts of the two main schemes on the public transport network, buses in particular, can you just explain how that has been dealt with through discussions with TfL and the conclusions that have been arrived at, please, Mr. Drin?
In terms of the public transport side of things, that is an output from the full motion model and rail plan. What is included in that in the forecast year is the committed and fully funded schemes within that. In terms of the local impacts, Mr. Cole, do you want to?
Yeah, in terms of the mitigation, obviously we're looking at things like rail, bus, cycle and walking being the sustainable modes. Buses is where we have had a significant number of discussions and correspondence with TfL regarding that. Not only looking at services in terms of new routes, frequency enhancements and perhaps diversions, and trying to calculate the number of buses that required and therefore the cost of what those would be. Those discussions were held in July. We've also had conversations about the infrastructure that we require to support those additional services, both in terms of bus stops and driver facilities, where the buses terminate to make sure that there is the ability for drivers to have a comfort break. And we also had some discussions about phasing of developments, which will dictate on the start times of those, because not everything will be required from day one. We've also talked about with train operators and by default Network Rail about free access at stations to provide the accessibility. The outputs of the public transport modelling did show that no additional services would be required, although it should be noted that to provide on the Hertford Loop will actually be looking to increase frequencies anyway in due course. That was due to take place this year, but it was postponed due to elements on the train. But that should be in course well before these two new developments come in place. Cycle routes, it's looking at high quality routes connecting to key destination points, mainly being town centres and railway stations. Those are some of those are already being worked upon, but they are already within the programme for the department which I represent. And of course with walking, that's mostly within the sites that tend to be for short distance trips, but also thinking about what services are being provided within the developments to make sure that people don't need to travel if they don't need to. Schools, health, shopping, that sort of thing, that sort of provision to be held within a development. So therefore, no travel at all, which of course won't show up on any mode split because travel hasn't actually taken place. If it has, it's on a very, very short distance. So all of that work was fed into the IDP, and that shall therefore be the requirement of developers as set out in the topic paper.
And then can I just deal with two other points, so if I help? In terms of the IDP requirements, at least with regard to the two main allocations, is there anything that indicates to you that any of those elements are undeliverable, Mr. Scott?
No, I mean, I say all of those, I think, are certainly deliverable because the conversations in terms of the bus services required were held with TfL. They've certainly not indicated that they didn't believe that those bus services would be deliverable, subject to the financial provision to be able to run those bus services. I say that was what was fed into the IDP.
And the second point concerns Mr. Brennan Broxbourne's case, which is that their modelling shows greater impacts than the modelling that's been undertaken in respect of this authority's local plan. Do you want to just comment on that?
Yep. There are two different models in play here. One for the Enfield local plan, which is the TfL motion model, and the Broxbourne model is a more localised model, which has got a lot more detail in it in terms of the site-specific locations. Therefore, by being site-specific, the impacts are going to be more localised. So that's why there is a difference between the two models.
Thank you. And just one other point, please, if we can, Mr. Cole. Just dealing with the two main sites again, with regard to the placemaking processes that have been undertaken in respect of those sites. Is there anything that you can add to that in terms of assisting the inspector with the sorts of levels of further investigation that have gone on to achieve the various transportation measures?
I'm not quite sure what's the question you're asking. Apologies.
No, not at all. It's the placemaking that's been undertaken with HIAS in respect of Cruisel and Chase Park. Have you been involved in any of that?
That was not a significant part of my role. It would be colleagues behind me who would be able to answer that better. Answer that better.
So maybe we have to ask Mr. Smith to.
Okay, so you have to respond to other. Is that correct? So just if I could sum up where I think we are then. Mitigation identification, as far as you're concerned, effects assessed, modelled, mitigation identified, both public transport and road, junction improvements and so on. Determine they are technically feasible. I think that's the point when you say they are deliverable, they are sort of technically feasible. There's no physical constraints that would suggest that they couldn't be delivered on the ground or, so I just make them understood that. But in some cases, the specific costing and delivery, the specific funding of those hasn't been fully worked through. Is that right? Or is it that you've understood how much it's going to cost, but not necessarily where that it's going to be funded from?
So I think I can answer that. As I say, Aspinall Verde, and you've seen the MIQ responses, have undertaken detailed costings and viability assessments. They aren't before you at this stage because of the timing that they arrived at, as a result of which we are comfortable to rely upon the viability update appraisal that you have, which is sufficient to be able to cover those various costs.
So the logic being that, sorry, I'm probably stating the obvious, but the logic being that the figures that are put in the whole plan viability assessment would be in the same, you're likely to be in the same ballpark or within the vicinity of, and therefore, okay. Would you envisage the work that's being carried out now being put before me at any point?
Again, so
Other than if I ask for it, but
we were in the slightly invidious position of not obviously wanting to put in documentation that was unnecessary. But if it is if you have concerns around the issue, having heard the debate, then so that information could be made available. It is still at a stage where there are various stakeholders that need to be engaged with, but it is in short order capable of being put before you if you have any concerns at all. And for obvious reasons, the council doesn't want to be in a position where any shortfall in information is something that would lead to you having concerns around the plan.
Okay. One would assume, and again, we might, if it's particularly about Chase Park and Cruise Hill rather than a strategic level. I mean, obviously, again, some plans, new junction needed on a motorway to deliver the entirety of the plan.
Exactly.
So we're talking about this level. If we're talking about the effects of individual or near to each other developments, or no matter how large they are, then it may be that we can discuss that when we get onto the site. But obviously, if it would be logical if, for the council, I would imagine, that if there's any question about the ability to deliver, you'd probably want that information before me.
Yes. Well, quite. As I say, it may be that it's something that will then be an issue that you can reach a conclusion on as to whether you need any more information once the debate has been had.
Okay.
We're obviously aware of the need that will bring to have responses from those third parties that are already involved in the process.
Yeah, and again, from an efficiency perspective, is if it's when that would be, if it is a purely a site-specific issue, then we'll have site-specific sessions in the fullness of time. If it was I can't possibly contemplate this level of growth being delivered without that information, that would be a different question. But I don't think that's not your case. That's not your position. Is
No,
it?
that's right. There are the only issue, or not the issue, but the only strategic level works relates to, I hope I get the right junction 24. But those are not major works, and you'll have seen that National Highways are content with the position on that.
And just in terms of people being content with the position, obviously Broxbourne may want to come back on what you've said, but the Highways Authority, from what I've read in the Statements of Common Ground, and they haven't submitted a statement, but the Statement of Common Ground doesn't highlight any concerns from the relevant Highway Authority.
That's right. Hertfordshire County Council are content. They don't have the issues that Broxbourne do, despite the fact that they're the Highway Authority.
Okay. A couple of other points. Thank you for all that. And that was a helpful way of doing it because of it could have been a lot of back and forth, me asking the same question about the same thing. That was probably helpful to cut through a lot of points. Just want a few, if you like, practical things about how about the plan's effectiveness. You know, obviously people might want, or consistent with national policy about certain things. This is not necessarily about the effectiveness of the mitigation itself, but how the plan expresses it. I've heard a lot about the IDP, which is not obviously the development plan. So perhaps, and I've heard read and say a lot of reference to how the IDP is going to be some kind of key tool to drive all of these mitigation schemes. But obviously, we're talking about the plan. So firstly, I think probably explain the role of what you think the IDP's role is in this, and whether the plan meets the requirements, particularly paragraph 20 of the framework, which says it should the strategic policy should set out various matters, including transport infrastructure. So, is the plan sufficient in this regard? And so, in question, does the plan need to identify this mitigation as well as the IDP? That'd be my first question. We'll leave that there. I've got another question.
Yes, the IDP, of course, is a moving document, and it can shift according to particular requirements that may be developed through the lifetime of a particular scheme, certainly, and that's particularly in relation to large-scale schemes. What we wanted to, and what, of course, the IDP is there to do is to show that at the time of the decision making around the local plan, the proposals were capable of coming forward adequately in relation both to their impact on the highway network and their contribution towards sustainable transport. And once they provide you with the satisfaction that we have a sound plan in respect of those elements, there should still be flexibility around what actually needs to be delivered through the process, particularly on the large-scale sites. And tying everything to an IDP on that basis obviously constrains issues. Now, that isn't to say that the basic elements that are identified in respect of one, or indeed one of the two main sites, or indeed of any of the others, couldn't be set out as part of the allocation, the allocations within the plan. And indeed, there is some specification in any event. I'll take instructions, of course, but it would be possible, no doubt, if you had concerns around concerns around there not being a comprehensive list in respect of each of the sites, for that to happen. But we wanted to maintain flexibility, so that's where we are.
I mean, it may be that the site-specific policies do that, and there's always standards, planning permission will not be granted unless you've sought out the highways. So that's a general policy hook. But I think one thing, for example, I didn't see, well, correct me if I'm wrong if I've missed it, anything in the overarching transport policies which talk about, say, the M25 and the need to, at a strategic level, if this is a strategic requirement that covers, that overarches across the plan as a whole, that all relevant development might need to contribute to or be subject to, it may, the question would be, is it logical to highlight that in the plan? Because that's not a scheme mitigation, it's a global mitigation.
Yes,
that makes sense.
That's a fair point, said. The specific requirement for that mitigation is something perhaps that Mr. Drennan can deal with. But I think I'm not sure we need necessarily to do that at this stage. What is at issue is whether it's important that something like that is specified within the plan, and I can certainly see the sense in that provision. I'll check back just to see if that has been referred to at all.
I say maybe that there is, right, I've not spotted it, and it might be there's more than the M25. It might be there's general list. I'm sure there's oblique references to a lot of this, and I know there is it tells us flicked back in my mind in the PL 10 and 11 policy. I think there is reference to achieving the 75% London plan split. So that's in there. But again, if it's the bearing in mind, yes, of course, it might be over time, the actual nature of the mitigation might change, but it's understanding what mitigation is needed. So there is mitigation of this junction required to make this site work, rather than some vague reference to mitigating transport impacts. It's showing, at least in terms of effectiveness and ambiguity, the developers can be on no illusion that that's what they've got to solve.
Yes.
And that's a site question, I think.
Is.
But I just say, again, I'll flag it now. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And I entirely accept that. That does need to be debated out at the stage 2 side of the plan's consideration. Just 2 points, I think, that I should flag up at this stage. The first of which is that, of course, the NPPF recognises itself that, particularly for large-scale proposals, the full extent of the mitigation may not be capable of being identified at the point of either allocation or indeed grant. Just in terms of the strategic nature of the M25 upgrades, there is a slight wrinkle in that, I think, insofar as I think there's a question mark as to its necessity. Again, I'll check that off so that you have the up-to-date position on that. But those are the two additional observations I make.
Okay, thank you. I think my other question, you've covered those. Yeah, just again, it's a little. This is more of a practical point. I've seen a few references to developing and SPD. Obviously, under current, there may be a world where there's no such thing as SPD, but under current practice, SPD can't make policy. So again, just a slight word on the effectiveness of identifying mitigation schemes and so on through SPD when, you know, in a way it's not before me because I'm not examining the SPD, but I've got to make sure the plan, you know, the plan isn't deferring things that it needs to deliver. It needs to identify to SPD as some, you know, deferring a strategic issue that should be dealt with.
I think that that's capable of being covered off with your first point about if there is anything that's needed in order to make a particular site deliverable. That if it's specified as an overarching point within the policy of the plan, it can then be given further detail in an SPD.
Yeah, well, perhaps a debate for another time. But I say if it's a vague, not vague, a sort of in principle, thou shalt mitigate transport impacts in a policy, and then an SPD comes along with a list of very detailed schemes that saying this is what you're going to do. I think there might be a debate as to whether that's acceptable. It's not a debate for me because I won't be dealing with the SPD, but I think it's something. Yeah. So I think I'll put a pin in that. I think I mean maybe an action to look at. I mean, and perhaps if nothing else. I might ask for, subject to what everyone else, if anything else comes out, some kind of suggestion of any modifications that need to be made to the plan-wide transport policies to address some of these points. You may decide there aren't any, but then we can discuss that when we get to those policies in detail. Is that fine?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Okay. So I haven't, just to flag up, I haven't got to the bottom of the technical note yet, but I will get to the bottom of that. Sorry. I haven't got to the bottom of the technical note identification yet, but I will get to it.
Okay. I'm going to assume that means it's not before me because it'd be pretty simple to.
Yes, quite. I don't. As I say, what we have before you, we're content with. So maybe it's actually a rogue document that doesn't need to be referred to.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not looking for. I mean, if you think it's relevant for me, then fine. But otherwise, I'll make my decisions on what's before me now.
Exactly.
That's it. Okay. Right. Okay. Anything else you want to say about those?
No. Thank
questions.
you very much. Thank you very much.
As I say, obviously, the last question here about are there any outstanding concerns on transport matters from TfL, National Highways and other relevant transport authorities. I've got the statements of common ground, I've got the matters statement. TfL are here to point out anything they may wish to raise.
Yes.
So, you know, I'll let others raise that, and obviously Broxbourne may wish to come back. But as it stands, I'll then open it up. I thought there'd be a sea of things. Oh, here we go. Right, okay. I'll start off right at the other end then with NCAF's air quality group. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. With my air pollution glasses on, I have a few questions. So my main question is with regard to appraisal of Objective 11, which is minimize air pollution. One of the things that are mentioned there are to improve strategic transport infrastructure. And I'm sorry, but it's not clear what it is meant by that and how this is going to be done. Another question
Sorry, I've said this to a few people. It's your first time you're here, so you're welcome. It's not so much questions, it's more concerns. And it's not about me answering questions, or it's
Okay,
about
so I can easily
what do you
turn
think is wrong, and how do you think it could be solved, rather than
I can easily turn it into a concern because it is so general and vague that it doesn't indicate anything very clear. I'm concerned about how this improvement is going to happen. I'm concerned also that there are these travel demand management programs which are mentioned in the development, which refers to DMD 48, assessing transport implications of new development. And I'm very interested to hear whether such management programs are going to be issued for each site, because each site has a specific character. And I'm concerned that if there's a general program, then it's going to be disregarded or ignored. And also, how are these going to be publicized? Because there is, what kind of outreach is towards those populations? So that's for the moment.
Is that about all 100 allocations and roughly 100 allocations in the plan? You would expect that? I mean, is it such an extent that you'd need bespoke things for every single allocation? Or, I mean, in terms of the plan's policies, which is obviously I'm interested in, is it not a policy which deals with that in its entirety and expects it to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis satisfactory? Because obviously,
maybe
one thing
I'm referring
people,
to the larger areas, which not each specific little site, but the larger area. So there are a limited number of areas, maybe 10.
Right. Okay. Well, that's a different scale of issue. But thank you. Points noted. Hadley Wood. Thank you.
Thank you. We would have expected to see the information on the mitigation already, bearing in mind the MPPF requirement 114, which says that in assessing sites that may be allocated, significant impact on the transport network must be able to cost-effectively mitigate it to an acceptable degree. So before deciding to put forward certain sites, we would have expected certain information to have been made available. So the fact that that is still being worked on at the moment is a concern to us. The baseline transport review indicated that the roads by Hadley Wood already operate at over 100% of capacity at peak times. And the conclusion of that review stated that M25 Junction 24 also shows high traffic flows with significant delays, particularly along the A111. That is the main access road to Hadley Wood and will be one of the two routes from Chase Park to the M25. And that is not a road managed by National Highways because it's not part of the SRN. Looking at the new transport topic paper, it says on the A111 that major changes observed in junction delay. And it goes on to say, considering the moderate and major significance of the effects, these should be considered in more detail. And then it talks about the SPDs. I've only seen the Chase Park Spatial Framework, which does not mention the road at all. Also, looking at the IDP, which Mr. Reid sort of quoted as providing the necessary evidence at the time decision is made, and that does not talk about the A111. Now, the IDP, it's a fluid document, we're being told, but if I look at paragraph 3.1, it says, the local plan identifies the need for around 25,000 new homes. Well, no, that hasn't been the case since 2021. It also goes on to say I'm just quoting this, although it's not directly for transport, but as a good example of how the IDP is not updated. It says on secondary school provision, new facilities such as the Wren Academy will need to be opened by 2021 to prevent the shortage of places. Well, that suggests that it hasn't been looked at in the last 4 years. So we are asking ourselves to what extent the IDP has been updated and whether sort of the MPPF requirement 114 has been complied with. And as you were alluding to the M25, whether that has been fully looked at, but from what we can see, the access from, for instance, Chase Park and Hadley Wood to the M25, Potters Bar and the rest of Hertfordshire looks to have been ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harbert, is that you down there? Please, obviously, you're well aware now, but there's some points just been raised about Hadley Wood and the A111 that don't need to be raised again. If you.
It was a more general point. The statement made that the capacity of the existing network can accommodate this level of growth, and if anybody, I know it's still junction 24, but you look at each of the access points, whether it's along the Ridgeway, East Lodge Lane, whether it's Bramley Road and the road between Cockfosters and Enfield Town, I find it very difficult to understand that congested roads at peak times can accommodate this level of growth, whatever the modelling says.
Thank you. If, say, signs could go down, please, so I know where I am. Is that Enfield Society, Mr. West?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I'm also struggling to understand the transport mitigation measures, both in relation to roads and public transport. I think the council said that no significant infrastructure work was needed, but my understanding of the Cruise Hill development, which is a major Greenbelt release, is that to access the land west of the Great Northern Railway, there will need to be bridges over the railway line. And I would have thought that's a fairly significant infrastructure plan. The second thing in relation to public transport is the plan clearly shows a bus link going through the Chase Park development, linking Enfield Town to Oakwood. And I think there are questions over whether TfL are able to provide that bus link because of the level of use and their financial needs. And again, it does point to the fact that these are very much car-led developments on the outskirts of the built-up area. Thank you.
So just to clarify, point about the bridges, fine, they can come back on that. The point you're making about the bus link, is that a challenge to the assertion that the mitigation is technically feasible?
It's a challenge that it's undeliverable, sir.
Well, it's two aspects to undeliverable. It can't be funded, it can't be paid for, that's one. Correct. And then the second one is it can't physically be achieved. And I think whether I need to or not is one thing, but I'd like to understand what the point is being made. Is it can't physically be done, it can't be paid for?
In terms of the bridges, it can't be paid for. In terms of the public transport, it's unlikely that the TfL can provide it, but I'm sure they'll be able to answer that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that over 50s forum? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking at this, imagining the life in 5 to 10 years' time for older people who I'm anticipating will be occupying new builds that are across Enfield, actually, to the appropriate standards of specialism, as it were. We've discussed that. And that means I'm thinking about how the modal shift, and the Over 50s Forum totally supports that, has done for a long time, how that applies to pedestrians, because I think our sort of internal transport policy, as it were, would be to be encouraging active travel in the sense largely of walking, there's little mention of pedestrians and not a lot of mention of walking, although you did mention it earlier about the larger sites. And I think it's important to acknowledge that for an older person to get rid of their car needs strategic thought about what's available. And we applaud what's said about car light areas and all those sorts of things, low traffic neighbourhoods. But we also, I think, have to bear in mind that for an older person using public transport, and accept what you say about a development will be well designed, a big development will be well designed, so there won't be a need for a car. Older people have to walk to the public transport, whether bus or train, and there may be bus and train. And there are good reasons for that, for health, finances, climate, which we're concerned about. I don't fully understand how modal shift applies to walkers. It seems often to be discussed in the context of cycling, which I applaud as well. And of course, if an older person is using public transport, then of necessity they're walking along high roads. And one of the impacts of low traffic neighbourhoods and so forth, and where the modal shift hasn't gained enough momentum, is that the high roads are very congested. And we need, I hope we'll have a chance to talk about air pollution later, but it just seems that acknowledging the need of older people to walk in the greenbelt areas, which are topographically challenging in and of themselves, and I'm not going to rehearse what's already been said about sustainability in those sites, but I don't see enough being thought about strategically in terms of older people who need to walk from their new accommodation, wherever it is in Enfield, to wherever they want to go. And you know, we like 15-minute neighbourhoods and all the rest of it, but there are times when you need to go beyond that, and I think that's still a concern and a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, sir. Just to, I don't know if it's helpful, it's on page 446 where it mentions needing the bridge over the railway connection for public, for cars, which I think we were told wasn't something was going to happen just in the council's statements. In terms of NCAF Land Use Working Group have been sort of long concerned about the references to walking and cycling. We wholly support active travel, of course, but there seems to be no recognition at all of topography, particularly of Chase Park. In our statement, representation, 0167641, on pages 4 and 5, if I could just draw your attention to them, just perhaps for later, sir. We actually did go and measure the changes in topography in terms of moving around, going to the stations, and indeed within the site itself. Just on a very personal level, I can just sort of give you some, I guess, a local view on that. I'm a keen runner, and I can tell you we use those hills for training, and one of them is called Everest, and one of them is called K2. So this is an area that is difficult to move around when in terms of walking. So we do want to encourage walking. Mr. Cole was mentioning it, but we just don't see any recognition of the difficulties.
Okay, thank you. That's a quite specific site. I mean, obviously, a familiar theme that there's a crossover and overlap between people wanting to talk about very site-specific issues and strategic matters. The topography of that particular site, I think, is very much a site-specific matter. Might feed into this overall strategy, eventually, but I think that's a quite specific thing. I'm going to issue a challenge to see if we can have any topic in the plan where we don't mention Chase Park or Cruise Hill as part of it. I don't know what that would be. Might be a forlorn hope, and it's obviously perfectly understandable, but there we are. Broxbourne Council, thank you.
So I have a number of points. Do you want me to take them individually or altogether?
You may as well take it all in one go, and then the council can make a note and come back in on mass.
Okay, sure. The first is regarding what Mr. Jennon said regarding the modelling that's been undertaken in Hertfordshire and Broxbourne. There aren't two models, there are three models. The localised model, the Saturn model that was used by Broxbourne in examining its own local plan and a number of schemes since then, has been verified through the County Council's more strategic model, a model that WSP are very familiar with. All those models have shown that the A10 in Broxbourne, including junction 25 of the M25, is severely congested at all times. Broxbourne was very surprised to see the output of the exercise that's been undertaken for Enfield, which is suggesting that the A10 is not severely congested either at the present time or in future scenarios. We've tried to understand that and understand that these are big differences. The severe congestion is at levels of up to 140% at certain key junctions. And as far as we can understand that, there's two factors at play. One is around growth and the amount of growth that has been included in the model. The NTEM growth within Broxbourne is predicated on about 2,500 houses over a 20-year period. The local plan, Broxbourne local plan allocations are for 7,700 houses over a more limited period. If we take the government's own OAN, that's 775 dwellings per annum presently for Broxbourne, we're talking about a difference of about 400% in the assumed dwelling increase between the NTEM projections that underpin the Enfield local plan and what will happen on the ground. That is an issue of soundness for you, sir. DFT guidance has been referred to. DFT guidance, as far as we can tell, is for scheme assessment and not for plan assessment. Broxbourne's position is that plan assessment should be based on an examination of the growth in other plans, not just Broxbourne's plan, but the other adjacent authorities. So if we multiply what's happening in Broxbourne across all the authorities, the modelling that's been undertaken for Enfield significantly downplays the amount of growth. The second point is around modal shift. It appears to us that, and we don't know that this is a matter of fact, but it appears that the modal shift that is being applied in London is being extrapolated out to Broxbourne, and that is probably what is leading to the conclusions in the model that the A10 is not severely congested. The assumption that in Broxbourne and Hertfordshire that 75% of key trips will be on sustainable modes is incorrect. Those are figures that we considered when examining the Broxbourne local plan 5 years ago, and the conclusions we drew at that time is that there was unlikely to be more than 10% of trips up and down the A10 going to sustainable modes. The other issue is regarding the mitigation set out within the IDP. We've drawn a parallel with the Broxbourne local plan. Broxbourne local plan we produced a fully costed IDP, fully programmed set of about 100 interventions on the network, across transportation modes. We're now working through the implementation of those modes. We do not see within the Enfield local plan that degree of rigour, and it's a matter for you, sir, as to whether you consider that the IDP, the transport strategy, connected to the examination of this local plan are sufficiently developed to the point that you're able to find the plan sound. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. A couple of questions for you. I'm bound to ask. Obviously, Broxbourne are not the Highway Authority, and the Highway Authority is, as far as the statement you've presumably seen, the statement of common ground. I know National Highways haven't raised any concerns. The Highways Authority haven't raised any concerns about the impact on Broxbourne. So, how, from your perspective, has that occurred? So, how do I reconcile what you're saying with the fact that the Highways Authority has not actually raised the same concerns?
So we put the evidence in the statement. The evidence is there for you to assess. It's a matter for Hertfordshire that they have chosen not to make representation.
They haven't made representation insofar as they've said they're not concerned.
Well,
through the statement of common ground.
we discussed that matter with Hertfordshire. Hertfordshire had some issues and have some issues potentially with Cruise Hill. They basically consider that that can be deferred to detailed consideration of a planning application for Cruise Hill. Okay. Broxbourne would take a different view on that. This is about allocations now. This is about the plan now. Again, we would just submit to you the evidence, particularly the evidence regarding the severe congestion down the A10 corridor. There is no doubt, there is absolutely no doubt, the A10 is severely congested and is so in future scenarios within Broxbourne. So the other thing I would question is the extent to which Hertfordshire and even the National Highways have looked into the assumptions behind the model, and particularly those growth assumptions and modal shift assumptions.
Well, I suppose I was asking you to speculate on Hertfordshire. You're now speculating on that's speculation itself, isn't it? So I can only go on what's before me. I've got what you've put before me. I've got what they've put before me. So okay, there's a clear difference of view for me to take into account. Obviously, the council will come back on that. I suppose the extent, just for you to think about while you think about these, the extent to which any of this is relevant to matter one. If you just cast your mind back or not, then that might be something you just want to come back on. If you understand my point. Yes, Conservative Group, Councillor Sampson, thank you. Or Chamberlain, Sir Sampson.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much, sir. I just wanted to raise concerns about the impact of the plan on the access or the loss of access to existing transport hubs and the lack of mitigation there too. It's written through the plan that there should be further opportunities for walking, cycling, and if anybody needs to access a transport hub by car, then they'll have to be parking further away. These comments come into focus when looking not at Cruise Hill or Chase Park, you'll be pleased to hear, but a much smaller site, SA Urb 22, Oakwood Station car park. I know there's an extent to which car parks at tube stations are old chestnuts, but this is a different tube station car park, sir. This is the only tube station car park between Cockfosters and Finsbury Park in Zone 2 that has level access from street to train. And so if you are a transport user who needs that access, then you're going to struggle to access that Piccadilly line. This doesn't just apply to blue badge holders or those who are disabled. It applies to anybody who may be, let's say, a little uncertain on their pins. For example, I know my own wife much prefers to use the lift to go down to platform train level at Oakwood, particularly coming back, rather than manage the flight of stairs. And if that placemaking location goes ahead, that option goes away. And then you've got all the attendant issues on alternatives that aren't there, ability to park in other local streets, further driving, more emissions, and the topography has already been mentioned. Oakwood Station is at the top of a hill. That's all I'd say.
Thank you, thank you. And again, I mean, I've noted those comments about Oakwood Station when I was going through representations, and I suppose in my mind I was thinking, well, this is something to pick up when we get to that site. But I think if there's a general point here about accessibility and a collective point that's been made about overall accessibility, overall use of public transport, active travel, and so on, and how the plan affects that, and that's an aspect of how the plan affects it. So I think that's a fair point. Thank you. Okay, we'll try Transport for London then. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to come back on a few points that the council raised. On modelling, we just agreed on their methodology, but did not rigorously assure the policy basis of the modelling, and we've provided details in our statement in terms of our concerns. On viability, IDP, and buses, the issue of bus viability, it should be determined by TfL, as we will be incurring the ongoing costs to deliver the service. Pump priming is only for the first 5 years, so we cannot commit to a high-frequency bus in low-density areas where car ownership is high. Also, we have expressed concern about the viability of providing buses to the sites proposed.
Sorry, I'm going to get just very specific. The sites proposed, there's 100 of them in the plan.
Sorry,
Chase Park and Cruise Hill we're talking about.
And Chase Park
I'm going to start
the
insisting that people differentiate between, as Councillor Sampson did, differentiating between the sites and they seem, I said this yesterday, really this plan is, those two sites are incredibly important. This plan is 600 pages long, and I've got to examine all of it. So I think we need to be specific about what concerns we're talking about. So I'm not thinking there's public transport issues with every single site in the plan. It's being specific about what it is we're talking about. So I understood it's the PL10, PL11 particularly.
Yes, thank you for actually stating that. It is Cruise Hill and Chase Park that we are concerned about. Also, we were not consulted on the IDP, which is quite unusual. We would have raised some of the concerns that we have now provided as Appendix 3 to the Council, which the Council is reviewing, which is not in front of you yet. And on the buses point, while a meeting took place in July, nothing has been agreed with TfL in terms of detailed planning like this, and it would require us to kind of consider all of the proposals in conjunction with car parking levels. We have not been assured that car parking will be kept low, so we would likely not be able to commit to an attractive bus service, as that would not be financially sustainable and feasible for TfL to operate after 5 years. On the 75% sustainable mode share, which is the vision of the plan, with infrequent trains and relatively infrequent bus services paired with high car ownership, that will not result in 75% mode share. And just wanted to provide an example of Enfield residents. Residents without car have 83% sustainable mode share, but it drops to 44% when they have even one car. And an SPD will not be effective to address this without adequate policies. Also, we have kind of outlined some of those in our matters statement. And just an example, when you mentioned Para 20, what the plan should do in terms of transport infrastructure, metroization, which is 6 trains per hour, which is considered turn-up and go services, should be a prerequisite for Cruise Hill to come forward, and it should be included in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify a couple of points for me again, just so I'm absolutely certain what we're talking about when we talk about delivery. I understand there seems to be some more discussions going on about costing things, but is TfL's concern that if you had all the money in the world, you still couldn't deliver what you need to deliver because of capacity issues or physical constraints or something, or is it purely financial? That is, there could be it could be done if there was all the money in the world, and obviously they've got to consider how that would work. But you don't think or you haven't got the information or comfort that that would be achievable, or you just never achieve that.
Can my colleague Josephine Voss come into this?
Thank you. The reality is that TfL won't run empty buses, and we review the bus network every 2 weeks in an ongoing fashion and always have. And if there are empty buses or quite empty buses, we would change the service pattern and we would reduce the service levels. So it is true that it is a financial consideration, but we would also restructure the bus network if the demand didn't arise. And we know from the frequencies listed in the documentation that is not a frequency that we see in these kind of locations. So it would be lower than that as a starting point. But again, if there were up to 1.5 parking spaces, we wouldn't expect much demand at all in these kind of locations.
Okay, thank you. And again, we are talking, we're primarily, I know, so I'm labouring a point, but we are primarily talking about PL10, PL11. For the other, whatever percentage of developments being proposed in the plan and other sites, that there's nothing that TfL are particularly concerned about.
I think our perspective is that we actually are generally in favour of the transport policies in the plan, and we think that the plan is mostly sound. It's just that with the two placemaking sites in the Greenbelt, we don't think that the general approach has been followed through, and we definitely, as alluded to yesterday, think that there are things that could be done to make the sites more sustainable. That is a lot easier at Cruise Hill than it is at Chase Park, but our concern is mostly just about these two areas.
Thank you. That's helpful to me. Thank you very much. Is that a new point, Mr. Harbert? Just so we can wrap it up.
Yeah, just very briefly. The rail lines that go through Enfield Chase and through Hadley Wood are both dependent upon the Great North Railway coming out of King's Cross via Finsbury Park. And negotiations have gone on for years with our rail user group to increase frequency. But because we're dependent on a national rail network, and the main route north to York and Edinburgh, that capacity is not there for local service improvements.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, I missed. I think Comer Holmes got in before you, Councillor.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to highlight, and I am talking about Chase Park, as won't surprise you. Planning applications on both Chase Park and Cruise Hill are going to have to be subject to the closest level of scrutiny from the GLA, TfL, and now Active Travel England, who those on this side of the table know we deal with every day and have a very active role in large planning applications. And the framework itself requires a vision-led approach to identifying transport solutions. The London plan and wider Enfield plan demand a sustainability-first approach. And we've already heard TfL say that broadly, many of the other policies of the plan they're happy with. Now, no developer is going to get planning permission for a scheme that doesn't put sustainability at the heart of its design, regardless of what PL10 and PL11 say. There's that wider range of policies in the framework, London plan and Enfield, that means that greenbelt allocations have got to be carefully designed to prioritise sustainable transport measures. That's to prioritise walking and cycling. And inevitably, as part of that, car parking will be restrained. There's no chance of getting planning permission for many parking spaces on London developments. It just doesn't happen anymore. The simple fact is the development of these greenbelt allocations will have to have sustainability and restraint on the use of private vehicles baked in. And if they don't, they just won't get planning permission. And really, my point is, there's been a lot of discussion about mitigation, but I just want to make sure, sir, that you consider that inbuilt mitigation that sort of designed-in mitigation is another layer that these schemes will demonstrate. So 2 other points I just wanted to point out in response. There is land for a bus link between Hadley Road and the A110. The land is there. At another time, we can have discussion with TfL as to what the right approach is. The other point, just in terms of Chase Farm, there's been a lot of talk about walking and getting buses into the scheme, but the A110 that runs along the south of the site, and therefore will be in walking distance of almost all the houses within the site, has got, I think, 4 or 5 bus services that run along it. And I'm just looking, very lucky, TfL's great service. You can see I've got a bus arriving in 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes, 25 minutes. So, it's a major bus route. We've talked about the Piccadilly line. We've talked about inbuilt sustainability. But the fact is, there's a lot of buses already running within close proximity of the sites. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm not running a Chase Park, Cruise Hill site-specific session. I'm trying to run a strategic transport. I appreciate the comments. It's responding to comments made. But I'm trying to understand the strategic transport issues as well. So if we could just bear that in mind. Councillor Georgie.
Thank you, sir. I thought I might say what a lot of people seem to be skirting around, which is, quite frankly, we are an outer London borough. We need car usage, and quite frankly, although, and I'm sorry to say if I reference Chase Park and Cruise Hill, with the greatest respect, although I'm opposed to these sites going ahead as identified by the council, any Greenbelt release, these sites, even if they were to go ahead, would not be viable, quite frankly, if they did not have car parking. I mean, I really don't see how there's any debate around this point. And if you look at the PTAL ratings of even where Oakwood Station, as Councillor Sampson has referred to, and the extended out sites from there, and even Hadley Wood, they entirely justify a higher number of car usage and car parking spaces. And if I may just draw as an example, if you're looking at both family and non-family housing in Hadley Wood at the moment, none of them get sold. None of those sites get sold where there is not a good provision of parking, because it's effectively a PTAL rating, well, 0 or 1 zone, depending on where you look. So as far as I'm concerned, I think the council should not skirt around this issue. And if they are inclined to provide more parking, I'd want to hear it.
Okay, thank you. You're presumably going to respond to what Coma Holmes said, so quite quickly, please, and get the council's response.
Just wanted to give an example of how piecemeal development could still come forward with the current local plan policies in Cruise Hill Anglo Aquarium site, which I think provided around 50 affordable homes, did come in as a piecemeal development. I understand the plan is still under consideration, but sustainability was not at the heart of it. So there is a real risk that sustainability may not be considered when these planning permissions come in a piecemeal way without a coordinated AAP or some other planning mechanism. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, right. I'm going to draw that to a close and let the council come back with some. There's quite a few points.
There are, sir. Yes.
And just while sorry, to add to your burden, there is a point that was sort of raised by somebody, and it reminded me of a question or a point I didn't make in my initial preamble. I've revised it here, which is it is the point about. And we could probably come on in a question 5.14 and 5 anyway, which is about paragraph 34 of the framework, that must assess the viability or burden on development and be clear so that obviously it's not a factor in later issues. You understand the point there about, so if there are outstanding costs, and I take the point that as far as you're concerned, the range that she's been put in the whole plan viability assessment might well be sufficient to address that point, but just if there's anything you want to add about that to cover it off.
Yes, certainly so. Point noted. Before we get to that, and perhaps I'll deal with that last, can we start with Mr. De Vos's points, please? And I think, Mr. Drennan, if you can deal with it, it's Mr. De Vos's concerns around the A111 and the particular traffic difficulties that he perceives within and around the A111 and M25 and Hadley Wood, please.
Okay, just as I suppose a bit of background then, it is a strategic model. There are congestions on certain roads in the PM peak, specifically around Stag Hill, Cockfosters Road. I'll just deal with the local issues at the moment and then deal with the strategic road network. So we have investigated that as looking at the model outputs. Because it is a strategic model, there are large zones. Most of the developments are in large zones, and most of the trips access the road network at a specific point. So along, say, for Wagon Road, Stag Hill, which then we believe that is overestimating the impact of the congestion and the queues and delays at those points. That is maybe something to be investigated at a more local level at the planning application stage. In terms of the strategic road network, there are impacts that were identified at junction 24, and obviously, as we have mentioned before, that a suitable solution has been assessed and that has been agreed with National Highways. I believe that is in National Highways Statement of Common Ground and on that, and we addressed their concerns over junction 25.
Good, thank you very much. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Drennan. Mr. Harbert now. He raised also some concerns around the issue of congestion, and I think he referred to Bramley Road and Cockfosters Road in particular. Is there anything you want to say about?
That would be the same issue.
Same issue. All right, thank you. Then Mr. West raised issues around the feasibility and deliverability of the bus links and bus link particularly to Oakwood and the delivery of the bridges. And just to cover off one point, Mr. Byrne talked about or identified that the plan, does so correctly, plan refers to a public transport road network, road bridge. Is there anything, Mr. Cole, you want to say about that?
Well, I think to some extent TfL answered the point on my behalf in terms of the feasibility of delivering a bus link through Chase Park. Yes, it's subject to the financial considerations, but physically it is achievable.
Thank you. And then Mrs. Pite dealt with, or rather raised concerns around the degree to which older persons' needs have properly been taken into account with regard to Cruise Hill and Chase Park, specifically, I think, and we'll stick with that, with those two, rather than deal with the whole of the plan at this stage. Is there anything you want to say about that? And, Mrs. Pite, I've seen has raised an issue. Perhaps if we make it a whole plan issue, if that covers off her point as well.
Yes, effectively, I mean, you have to remember that pedestrian infrastructure is pretty much available throughout the vast majority of the borough. So it is about connecting to existing pedestrian infrastructure. So it's mostly about internal arrangements within each development. However, when planning applications come forward, there is an active travel zone assessment which does identify if there are any specific barriers, be that crossings, poor infrastructure that need to be upgraded, and you would expect it to come through at that stage. That is a common thing. It's a TfL policy as well. So it's a common thing that is done on each development at every point. I think you also talked about accessibility to bus stops. Again, there is a policy about how far away those are. 400 metres, is it, Monica? I think it's 400 metres distance. Yeah, so every resident should be within 400 metres of a bus stop. And again, we would seek that new developments should comply with that.
Okay, I think staying with Mr. Cole, there's the issue that was raised by Mr. Byrne about the topographical issues at either Chase Park or Cruise Hill.
It was Chase Park, yes, and I'm also familiar. I run up and down those roads myself. We are looking quite considerably at what the cycle route could be. I think we are looking at something that goes along Old Park Riding, so that's very specific, which actually would therefore mean that the cycles don't have to go all the way up to the roundabout at Windmill Hill. I think that's a route that we are seriously looking at in terms of providing a safe route. Obviously, those people who are fit and active would still be able to go up. I would also say that you're also seeing a quite significant increase in the sales of e-bikes and things like that, which would also assist with those people who perhaps can't cycle up the whole route. But yeah, the infrastructure that we provided will provide the alternative route as well.
Thank you. And then Mr. Cooper's points around the underestimation of the effects on the A10. Just before we look at those, Mr. Drennan, any comments you might have around those? We could just note, of course, that so the effect of Mr. Cooper's arguments is really to undermine and run contrary to the Highways Authority and National Highways, undoubtedly. And it sounds as though Broxbourne actually have been in discussions with Hertfordshire around this issue. And despite those being raised, Hertfordshire have raised no objection. But that's it. Mr. Drennan, anything you want to say about it?
Just on the...
Sorry.
Yes. Right, we're there, yes. On the growth issue in terms of the dwellings and the jobs, we have NTEM National Trip End Model version 7.2 does assume that there's about approximately 6,800 dwellings and 3,600 jobs, which I think is a significantly closer number than Mr. Cooper had mentioned earlier. That is applied at a local authority level, so that is spread across Broxbourne Borough itself. Therefore, by the modelling process, those impacts will be dissipated across the network. That's probably one reason why the area in Broxbourne isn't showing as much impact as the Broxbourne specific Saturn model. I understand, Mr. Cooper, that there are three models. I was referring to the overall arching strategic comment model, but there is a Caldon version, which is a Saturn model. And we obviously have discussed the impacts with National Highways and Hertfordshire, and as Mr. Reid has pointed out, they have raised no objections.
Do you want to say anything there about whether or not this is a duty to cooperate matter?
Not at this stage, so it's something that is noted, and those behind me who are compiling the relevant documentation will take on board, and to the extent that we have to deal with it, we'll deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 points. One is it a duty to cooperate matter? Because obviously it's the extent to which it's an issue for you've engaged. The information there is that the engagement's taking place on the issue, as well as the authorities. But yeah, if it's something that can be, if it feel that it needs to be added to the document, then okay.
Yes, will do. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Drennan wanted to say something.
Just to say, we have had constructive discussions with Broxbourne themselves, and there has been a back and forth of information, and we're quite willing to continue those conversations with them.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sampson's point is something that I'll take instructions on, if I may. I haven't been able to. If we're able to provide any constructive comment for the councillors' purposes, then we'll do so after, just looking at the time, we'll do so after lunch, if we may, please.
Sorry, and just on that, the point's noted anyway, so obviously when we get to the specific site, we can always return to that. And I'm sure Councillor Sampson will probably be here to remind me, not that anyone needs to remind me, of the issues anyway. So.
Yes. And then finally, I think TfL's position with regard to the mitigation measures for Cruise Hill and Chase Park. And before I turn to either of those beside me, it's worthwhile noting, and I think fairly stated by TfL, that they do acknowledge implicitly that there is the ability to overcome sustainability concerns with regard to both of those sites. The question is, and to do so in a deliverable way, the question is whether it's appropriate in the circumstances to impose those sorts of restrictions. And the recurring theme that came through in respect of each of the issues was the parking level. You'll remember that it was dealt with both in respect of the degree to which car ownership generally should be discouraged, and then the degree to which the financial viability of the bus services was capable of being achieved. And that is very much a matter that would ultimately need to be considered. At the moment, the mayoral standards are those that are applied within the policies PL10 and PL11. But when we get to the stage 2 process, it's determined that it's appropriate in the circumstances for there to be what has been described as car light as an approach by TfL. If that's what's ultimately determined, then in order to make those allocations sound, then so be it. At the moment, our position is set out in the policies. But it isn't a strategic soundness issue. It's an issue that just goes to the question of whether it's appropriate to have that sort of approach. The real question when you're dealing with a strategic element is whether, as a matter of principle, the approach that's adopted is wrong or something that can't be achieved. And that's just not where we are in the light of what TfL have said. So that's what I say by way of overarching commentary. I don't know whether Mr. Cole has anything he wants to add, or indeed Mr. Drennan.
No, I think you've stated the main point there, Mr. Reid.
Mr. Drennan, is there anything you want to raise on that?
No.
No.
Thank you. So yes, I want to wrap this up before lunch. So please, a plea not to have back and forth over minutiae, about individual. I disagree with what they've said. I disagree. But if there's a point that you wish to raise, then fine. But you're not going to agree with each other at the end of the session, and necessarily today. I need to know what the disagreements are to take away. But let's not try and argue it through so we get some kind of consensus if it's not going to have achieved. So, Mr. Harbert first, I think.
This point's about the integrity of the modelling, and we've heard that there are different assumptions between the model for Broxbourne and the model for Enfield. And Enfield are, I think, supporting that their model with lower congestion is appropriate. However, I did note the comment when he was talking about, the gentleman was talking about the the model and its impact at Stag Hill and the Cockfosters Road, that he felt the model wasn't adequate for that, and it overstated the congestion. So it seems a rather selective interpretation of the modelling assumptions.
Thank you. Hadley Wood.
Yes, just very briefly. I may have missed it, somewhere in the evidence base, but it would be helpful to have somewhere what assumptions and parameters are deemed acceptable distances and inclines, etc., for walking and cycling for sites. Because some of the sites, and I'm not talking about Chase Park or Cruise Hill or Hadley Wood, you would have to be a professional athlete.
Okay, Enfield Society.
Thank you, sir. Sorry to come back. Just a quick one. I don't think the point about the financial viability of the bridges over the Great Northern Railway was really covered. It would be quite a high cost, I suspect, and I suspect it's beyond Section 106 agreements with a future developer. Thank you.
Thank you. And anything final from TfL?
Just wanted to come back on the, it's not just about the parking, it's also optimized densities. And the parking levels Mr. Reid referred to of the London Plan maximum parking standards for PTEL 0 to 1 were never meant for large-scale strategic sites. And there was no greenbelt mentioned in the current London Plan. So we don't think that could be applied for the soundness of the plan.
Thank you. Got that. And
very briefly, sir, that's helpful to know. I mean, what one can note in the absence of what Ms. Jane has dealt with is my point that this really does come down ultimately to a parking issue. I take the point about densities, but that of course is again a question as to whether or not there has been at this stage the optimisation process. We know optimisation generally has been undertaken. There is a series of placemaking studies that have sought to achieve that as well. So optimisation has occurred. With regard to the parking issues arising under the mayoral standards, as I say, that's what's within the policies at the moment. But Ms. Jane effectively is saying, well, that it's a dispute as to whether you apply those or you apply the car light approach. And that, as I say, doesn't come down to a strategic issue. It comes down to whether it's a matter of substance on these sites. It's appropriate to have one approach or the other, which can be dealt with in stage 2.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, that's been very helpful. I suppose but there is, but it has. But I think it's as much as helpful about anything. There are some important strategic matters that I've gone through, but this is obviously helping me focus. When we do get on to stage 2 and we're looking at the sites in detail, this is going to help me focus my questions, so I can perhaps drill down to. Oh, actually, well. Yeah, no, your point, Mr. West, I've not forgotten it, but we are coming on to viability anyway, so we'll pick it up then. And the viability assessments, we'll pick it up then. But yeah, I think it's going to be very helpful in focusing on what site-specific issues are needed to address, and if nothing else, I can try and at least everyone will recognise that I'm coming into any of those discussions with a reasonable level of knowledge about the issues, and we can cut through the sort of, this is what I don't like, because I'll know what you don't like. It'll be more what's still to be agreed. So thank you for that. I think rather than try and start the next part of the debate now, we will have lunch. Shall I give everyone an hour and 10? I wouldn't mind it necessarily. Right, just think, and obviously people watching online will be coming back at, they were desperately setting their clocks for 2 o'clock. So we will come back at 2. We've got 2 or 3 questions to go through in terms of 3 or 4 questions to go through in terms of the matters, air quality, general infrastructure points. Got a feeling some of those are going to be quite site specific. So, let's talk about strategic issues. And then move on to site selection under 5.5, and we'll see how quickly we can get through that. But I'm hopeful we can get through that because of the sheer volume of stuff we've already talked about on site selection already. So yeah, we'll endeavour. And frankly, if it's a case of we get to 5 o'clock and another half hour might sort of get us to where we need to be, I'll take the extra half hour. I'll be like the cricketers, and we'll have the extra half hour and get it sorted on again. Come back in the morning. So if that's all right with everyone, we'll return at 2. Thank you very much. Everyone, it's 2 o'clock, not a moment before. So time for me to resume and start this afternoon's session. We were still working through issue 5.2, and we got to question 5.12, which is under the auspices of other matters. And so I'm going to start with the question 5.2, which is about air quality and whether the spatial strategy and scale of growth is the scale of growth justified and consistent with national policy in respect of air quality. I'm really, again, only wanting to look today at matters of strategic level matters and the strategic approach to air quality. Sorry, was that not expected? If you've had a swap already.
A swap already.
Were you expecting something different?
I wasn't sure whether we were going on to something else, allocations, but no, I'm good.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. No. Yeah, not quite finished the 5.2. So, as I say, looking at the overall strategic picture here, just for, I guess, what's guiding me in this is that National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 192, states that planning policies and decisions should sustain and contribute towards compliance with relevant limit values or national objectives for pollutants, take into account the presence of air quality management areas and clean air zones. That's, if you like, the scope, I think. The Council's hearing statement points out the work that's been done. I've also already heard some evidence and discussion about air quality in relation to impact on some environmental receptors, particularly the SACs, SPAs, protected sites, and so on. I'm going to cut, from my point of view, cut straight to the chase, as it were, in my question, which is with regard to consistency with national policy. I've obviously noted paragraph 5.12.12 of the Council's matter statement, which states that, with the possible exception of PM 2.5, which is, as I understand, fine particulate matter. I'm sure the experts will be able to explain that. Findings from the air quality assessment clearly demonstrate that the plan aligns with para, I think it says para 199, but I think it means para 192. So I've noted the commentary about that PM 2.5 and in the preceding issue commentary, which talks about why it's not quite clear cut, or there's some nuances about it. But obviously the conclusion the statement makes is that there's a potential for conflict with national policy in this regard. So I guess to what extent that slightly vague with the possible exception of is something I should be concerned about. Thank you.
Yes, certainly, sir. The position, as you rightly say, is set out at 5.12.12, but it deals with the exception in relation to the development of guidance, and pending that guidance, applicants are then advised to provide evidence in their planning applications. They've identified key sources of air pollution, and 5.12.15 makes clear that in London, planning authorities already have a means of ensuring the proper consideration of PM 2.5. And it then says site allocations that are brought forward for development in the future that are subject to master plan or environmental impact assessment would be required to address air quality positive requirements, which will ensure that opportunities to improve air quality or mitigate impacts are properly addressed. So the overarching position is that ultimately it will come through the site allocation process, but certainly I think it's important that we deal with the extent to which PM 2.5 is considered and properly considered through the various processes of the plan. So.
Yeah, is there anything, sorry, you introduced yourself, and perhaps if there's anything you want to add?
Sorry, I'm Andy Tolworth from WSP, Air Quality Consultant. Yes, PM 2.5 it's a complicated picture. You will find adjacent to roads levels are elevated. However, unlike nitrogen dioxide, where road traffic is a major cause of nitrogen dioxide levels peaking and being above standards, PM 2.5 is affected by many other substantial sources, and it's a wider scale issue, and this is recognised by widely recognised and recognised by DEFRA. So it's a matter that needs to be addressed at local level. Each local authority will need to address it, but it needs a overall national coordinated approach because it's a transboundary pollutant as well as being a local pollutant. It's very, very small particles. They're capable of travelling a long way. They're also formed in the air by chemical reactions from emissions of, for instance, ammonia from agriculture, which is not within the borough. It's outside the borough. So there are numerous sources. The understanding of PM 2.5 and the forecasting of PM 2.5 is, evolving. And two of the factors are DEFRA recognises that modelling PM 2.5 to look at impacts in itself is not much use. It's subject to a high level of uncertainty, much higher than in relation to other pollutants. So they're looking at a strategy whereby local plans, strategic plans, but also individual sites, they put in place measures to reduce, have a positive impact on air quality. And I think the point I was making in response to that here, London has the luxury of already having an approach, an air quality positive approach in local plan. So for the larger developments, what I'd call the EIA developments or master plan, or developments involved in with the master plan, there's a requirement for the design to try and improve air quality, not just keep things neutral. So driving down, and that's what DEFRA are now looking at nationally. But they've also issued, DEFRA has also issued new background concentrations. Now, I mentioned earlier, it's not just road traffic which contributes to PM, it's wider sources. So background is very important when you're looking at PM 2.5. So the background forecasts that DEFRA have recently issued, it was in November last year, they extend now beyond 2030, which is what we assumed for our assessment. So bearing in mind we were looking at 2041, so we were assuming a background that was forecast for 2030, so no regard for any potential improvements in air quality in those intervening years. So they've now extended that forecast up to 2040, and from just a sort of general view of that comparing the data sets, you can readily see that there's comparing 2030 background levels to 2040 in Enfield, they're approximately 30% lower. So, were we to update the assessment we did, the impacts are likely to be less. I can't say for sure that the issues would go away completely. There is a level of uncertainty around all of this, of course, but yeah.
Okay, and they just confirmed that the level of exceedance is of what magnitude?
Well, so when we do the assessment, this is another slight complication with PM 2.5. Originally, there was a mandatory limit value which was set by the through the European Union at 25 micrograms per cubic metre for the annual mean. Then that was strengthened by the government to 20 as a limit value. And then since then, the Mayor of London adopted a target for 2030 of, based on the at the time, the WHO guideline level of 10 micrograms per cubic metre. And the government have since then adopted the 10 micrograms per cubic metre as a target to be met by 2040. So the Mayor of London is arguably being more ambitious than the government in that regard. But in terms of the impacts, the changes we're talking about, they're very small, 1 or 2 micrograms at the most. But that's also, we need to bear in mind that is for a model where our modelled concentrations have been adjusted in accordance with DEFRA guidance on the basis of an adjustment factor derived for a different pollutant, nitrogen dioxide. The guidance says to do this, or suggests you can do this, where you don't have PM2.5 monitoring to do your model calibration with. But actually, there's no really good scientific basis for that. We're now taking the view professionals are now taking a view that it's probably not correct to use that adjustment factor to adjust PM2.5 because we just don't have the same underestimation in our models of PM2.5 as we did or we do with NO2. So a lot of uncertainties, but
Okay, so it's uncertain, but if I'm writing my report, as it were,
yeah.
and I'm going through national policy,
yeah.
As of now, is it the position that there is a conflict with national policy in terms of this, and if there is, what is the solution to that? Is it as Mr. Reid says, or a case by a sort of site-by-site policy mitigation issue, or is it a strategic mitigation issue, whether that's the scale of growth or some kind of transport measure or other measure? Then that's what is the outcome?
There is concerted effort required at a broad level, high level, but there's also actions that can be taken on at individual development level to mitigate this.
I think so. The question, though, importantly, is whether or not there is actually a breach of any part of national policy as a result of what is going on in the plan. And I think that does need to be engaged with by Mr. Talbot as to whether it is consistent or not. And is the plan then consistent with national policy, Mr. Talbot? That's the answer that you need to give.
Yes, I mean, my view is it is. Sorry, my view is that it is consistent with national policy. I mean, it's.
I think that was the difficulty, because the way in which the drafting was written, 512, when it says exception, it does so because of the uncertainty around how to address things, and that is being set out, and the plan is consistent, bearing in mind that uncertainty. I think that's the way it's dealt with.
Yeah. I just need to, I need to understand, and then obviously the obvious corollary is if some of what you've talked about in your statement about the London plan and planning policies is the extent to which this plan either reflects that or needs to reflect it. And we've talked about duplication of policy and all that, but is whether this plan provides a satisfactory mitigation framework to address the point or not. And I suppose seek your advice on that.
Yes. Mr. Talbot, can you indicate whether you think that it does make proper provision for air quality against national guidance?
Sorry. I believe it does. I mean, Enfield has a statutory duty to manage local air quality and also to an obligation to follow national and regional, so also GLA policy. So I do believe that is the case. I mean, it's going to be, it could be challenging for sure. It will be. But yes, that's my belief.
How in the, if you take it down to implementing the plan and a plan application comes forward, is this a geographical issue, as in there's certain parts of Enfield where this is not a, a development would not trigger a requirement for mitigation, or is it a borough-wide issue? So how, and again, I suppose it would be helpful to be pointed to a policy, if you can, in the plan which actually says, well, this is what you've got to do, and whether that would be effective in addressing this issue. That would be quite helpful if you could do that. But the main thing is, as I say, is it affecting every development? Every single proposal coming forward would have to deal with this, or is this, say, if it was the AQ, where we are with AQMA and everything else?
Yeah. Well, there are some areas within Enfield where you have higher traffic levels, higher concentrations of sources, so you will have potentially some locations with an issue. In terms of how this is addressed, I think because we're talking, if we look at energy strategy for heating, etc., I think the London plan looks at zero emission solutions now. So we're really looking at vehicular transport, road transport, and given that the sites are all over, the site allocations are all around the borough, I think there needs to be some sort of holistic approach to how, this is implemented. There are also, there may be a need for more focused local mitigation as well. But sorry. No.
Carry on, Mr.
No.
Thompson.
But I think, as things move forward, we will get a better, clearer picture as to, where the hotspots are. At the moment, as I keep saying, there's quite a lot of uncertainty in such predictions, hence DEFRA's sort of general approach not to rely so much on predicting impacts rather than trying to design them out in the first place.
I think it's fair to note, sir, that the way Mr. Talbot is describing matters, he does so, I think, in part from the overarching air quality duties that exist on the part of the authority, and that's to be distinguished, of course, from the plan-making position, which is set out principally in Policy EMV1. Policy EMV1 is page 334, electronic pagination, or 332 of the main document, paper form. And you'll see it deals in the first section with air quality, requiring air quality, all major developments to be at least air quality neutral. And then for air quality assessments being required, particularly in the air quality focus areas, as identified in the Air Quality Action Plan, which incorporates the air quality duties on the part of the authority. And then development proposals should incorporate on-site measures aimed at improving air quality in cases where on-site solutions can be demonstrated as impractical or inappropriate off-site measures to improve local air quality may be considered, provided they demonstrate equivalent air quality benefits. Now that is then added to by the written statement, which deals at 1412 with the, in order to ensure effectiveness, the it needs to be an evidence-based approach which determines then the geographical scope, bearing in mind the air quality management areas. And that's the point that Mr. Talbot makes when he says that actually it's can be a cross-boundary issue. But it'll be taken into account through those sorts of processes in short.
But the general point being that, well, one of the points being that it can be addressed on a scheme basis, is what he's saying. This is, if it were quite directly linked to a certain scale of growth, then there might be the question of whether it's the scale of growth that needs to be addressed or site. But what you say, I seem to be getting the impression that it's not that, because there seems to be uncertainty about how to measure the background anyway. But DEFRA's approach and the approach in this plan and national policy would allow you to address it on a case-by-case basis. Presumably, the air quality neutral is not necessarily improving the situation, but certainly not making it any worse. A bit like analogous to the transport, you know, I don't know if we could choose about net zero impact sort of approach. So it might not solve things, but it might not. It shouldn't lead to anything.
Just slightly further than that. I'm so sorry. Sorry. In cases where on-site solutions can be demonstrated as impractical or inappropriate, so in those sorts of situations, off-site measures may be considered, provided they demonstrate equivalent air quality benefits. So it is still potentially a beneficial position. You recall that there was a reference back to the requirement for air quality positive as to whether ultimately there should be an air quality positive approach or an air quality neutral approach is one that can be determined at the stage 2 process rather than now as to which one it should be. But the position, at least in terms of the authority as set out in EMV1, is to arrive at neutral principally.
Thank you. Just apropos of nothing, I know paragraph 14.9 refers to PM10, no reference to PM 2.5. I guess if that's the one area where, notwithstanding any other views I might come to this, and of course we will, as with all these, there's a strategic level issue, then we'll get onto the nitty-gritty of EMV1 at some point about whether the wording's effective and so on, but I guess just obviously there's no mention of PM 2.5, whether that would be a thing to raise given that the evidence is telling me that's what's an area of particular concern. But that's something to confirm at a later date, perhaps.
It is so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Just one point on this. One last point on this, sorry. If you like, the DEFRA is your, I guess, sponsoring agency or whatever. You know, if you're dealing with flooding, you get support from the Environment Agency. If you're dealing with some air quality matters, I notice have been Natural England because they're about the environmental receptors. In terms of human receptors, is there a body where you've actually is this Environment Agency or? I mean, Environment Agency are part of DEFRA, aren't they? So have they confirmed? Has been any confirmation from statutory undertakers, statutory thing that this approach is acceptable? Like confirmed?
So I need to go away. I don't think it's in any of the Environment Agency Statement of Common Ground statements, but it may be in the DTC. I'll just check that off.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I've got. I can't see what I've done. If anyone can doesn't mind me putting my glasses on my forehead. Yes. Thank you. NCAF air pollution. Thank you.
Yes. Well. Can I just say that we are volunteers and we have been studying air pollution in Enfield since 2020. And amongst other things, we also did some measurements of nitrogen dioxide and PM 2.5. So, and we've been reading quite a lot and asking lots of questions from the council and going to seminars, etc. So we're not totally how shall I say, not informed. So with regard to the uncertainty, I'm not sure that I understand what this is about, but with regard to the uncertainty of PM2.5, I would like to refer to the London air pollution, atmospheric emissions inventory, where there is no uncertainty about what are the amounts of PM2.5 that are emitted in the area of the borough of Enfield. And also, if we look at what they are saying, they very clearly apportion a significant amount to transport. So we can see that there has been a reduction of all the major pollutants, nitrogen dioxide, PM10, PM2.5. There's been a reduction over the last, say, 10 years or something like that. But now PM2.5 in terms of transport has stayed more or less the same and is projected to stay the same. So I think from the point of view of the harmful effects on health of PM2.5, there is very good reason for the Mayor of London and for medical advice that has been given to the government in a couple of years ago when they were making a decision about the limits of PM2.5, the legal limits that are allowable. The advice that's been given is that there is no safe limit for PM2.5. And also, by the way, nitrogen dioxide, according to the WHO, the World Health Organization. So I don't understand what is this, maybe it can be further explained about the lack of clarity, because, or in, I can't remember what the term was used, lack of confidence about these emissions. Also, furthermore, I've read very carefully your report, and I learned quite a lot from it. It's very, very interesting and very important report because it's never been, we've never had such a thing in Enfield until now, so it's wonderful that it's been produced. I just would like to say a few things about what I understood from it. That it is predicted in your report potential adverse impacts when compared to the Mayor of London targets. Yeah? And also, in your report, you say that the Mayor of London's non-statutory target for 2030 and the statutory national target for 2040 of 10 micrograms per cubic meter is not met at the majority of model receptors for both without and with the local plan. So this should call a lot of, alarm bells, because, sort of like it may not have an effect on the local plan. I'll come back to it in a moment. But this is what is going to happen in the future if we don't do anything about it. With regard to the plan and the national, it should be in accordance with the national legislation. So the national legislation, again quoted in the plan, paragraph 3.35 says that the allocation of sites for development should take into account should take account of areas which have higher sensitivity in relation to these issues. So, meaning water and air pollution. And if we come back to the allocation of sites, which are highly sensitive, these sites are actually the majority of sites which have been assessed as being impacted are in areas of of the highest level of the index of multiple deprivation. So I think I can't say, I don't want to go on and on, but I think that action is required, because if the plan intends to minimize, as they say, minimize air pollution, and as the London plan says, to reduce air pollution, and PM2.5 is the dangerous one, given NOx is going down, 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 down significantly. Yeah, so obviously some important things have happened out of the context of Enfield nationally. But PM2.5 has to be our focus, really. So if we don't, so my argument is that we should look at those sites which are especially impacted, where the health of the residents and the people who work there is more affected because of the indices of multiple deprivation under which they live. So, shall I stop now?
Only if you've finished. No, it's very helpful, thank you. I mean, one thing, a sort of general point, I always, sometimes this comes up in examinations where there are issues like wider issues, and obviously air quality, and that is obviously it's just not just a local plan issue. There's other things, and you know, the local plan isn't necessarily the only means by which issues can be addressed. So it's not, you know, it's not the only show in town, as it were. But I understand your point about the underlying issue and the effect of development on that. So it's all taken. So.
Well, it is about the most vulnerable areas of Enfield.
Yes, I'm understanding about the impact of development. Yeah. To that point, but you know, there'll be other things happening, as you said. There'll be other things happening outside the local plan, which will affect air quality, hopefully in a positive way. I would imagine other measures which are not before me, they're part of the picture. But I understand the point about the effect of the strategy and particular sites, and how air quality should be, well, how it has been taken into account. It should be taken into account. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Is the Oath 50s forum? Thanks. You're tricking me by keeping your sign turned around the wrong way.
Thank you. I guess I want to speak about the the human receptors, which and the source that I have. I don't know whether it counts as policy, but it's the government's website called Health Matters, Air Pollution. And if I may read just two short statements from that website. The first is that currently there is no clear evidence of a safe level of exposure below which there is no risk of adverse health effects. Goes on to say the strongest evidence for effects on health is associated with fine particles, PM2.5, which are exactly those particles that we've been told there's considerable uncertainty about. It probably won't surprise you to learn that for over 50s, that's a critical situation, because as one ages, the cardiovascular changes that necessarily and naturally take place make older people far more vulnerable to the cardiovascular respiratory impacts of these small particles. So whilst up until now, my concern, as you know, has been about appropriate and adequate housing for over 50s. This has, accelerated up my agenda from what I've heard this morning and what I read overnight. I mentioned this morning about walking. Older people walk, and it's very, very good for them. When I made that point, I wasn't really thinking about the distance to the bus stop, because I'd rather walk a kilometre in clean air, safe safe highways and all the rest of it than 400 metres in what I experience currently. I don't think I'm exaggerating. The point was made about e-bikes, and I would add e-scooters, and we're all aware that they use the pavements. I don't want to hammer this.
Yeah, I think
I haven't quite finished though.
I know, but it's not an air quality point you're talking about there. It's something
I
else.
think hostile environments are relevant, and therefore the point I made about what's in the plan. I'm thinking of things like the police. Safety by design, or whatever it's called. And there must be something. We've learnt that this is down to local authorities. I'm not reassured necessarily by the idea that things are delegated to the planning committee to make their judgments, because I may be wrong, but I thought this local plan was a means of helping the planning committee and developers to bring forward appropriate plans. I think this is an issue to do with cars, because it isn't simply, and I noticed in one of the references, I think we would steer towards electric vehicles and the infrastructure being available for electric vehicles. We know that SUVs are overtaking small vehicles in the market. We know they've got very big tyres. We also know that many of the particulates come from the friction between the tyres and the road. So electric vehicles aren't really going to cut it as far as older people are concerned. And if you should go to that website, the government website, you will read about the fatal effects of air pollution and the very scary data. And I would just return to the fact that older people are far, far more vulnerable to this. And I don't think the plan, or the council actually, is addressing that in any meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Georgie.
In order to prevent a slap down from yourself, sir, I'd ask a question before I got onto my comments. Given that the council has raised regional policy, but your question predominantly relates to national, would it be in scope if I spoke a little bit about regional air quality policy? If not, that's not a problem.
Fine. It's about consistency with... well, you talk about regional, you talk about the London plan.
London plan.
Yeah, well, it's relevant because it's a conformity issue then. So
Okay,
fine.
thank you. Yeah, so I do ponder, because the council itself does hinge the bulk of its arguments based on national policy and its current discussions with DEFRA. But I would point out that Section 30 of the GLA Act gives the Mayor general power to promote the environment. And within Section 31 and Schedule 11, assign implementation powers to the Mayor for air quality strategies, much to my chagrin, but, that it is what it is. So having said that, the 2021 London Plan Policy 7.16 does highlight the Green Belt as part of the multifunctional green infrastructure of London. Therefore, I won't get into all of it, but raising air quality issues with its removal. So I just thought I'd highlight, that aspect of regional policy in the local plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything you want to come back on?
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Talbot may come back on some things, but I just wanted to pick up the point made by NCAF around exceedances. It's important to bear in mind what the report produced by WSP says. 622, sir. You'll see it when you come back to it. But with regard to the non-statutory targets and the exceedances, it says the exceedances are because the background concentrations predicted by DEFRA are above the 10 microgram per cubic metre across much of Enfield, illustrated in a particular figure, i.e. the draft local plan is not the main cause of these exceedances, rather it's due to the contribution of other local sources to PM 2.5 concentrations. So that's the rationale for the reasoning with regard to the exceedances. It's a baseline issue as opposed to additional development. And of course, the consequence both of the arguments made by NCAF and Ms. Pite is basically to prevent development, which of course is not what I think either NCAF or Ms. Pite would say. That being the case, the issue is how does one manage the issue? And that's dealt with by way of, if necessary, an air quality positive statement in line with the London plan as required on a case-by-case basis, which can be determined ultimately through the stage 2 processes or by a general policy requiring that in respect of any of the major allocations. And that deals with the concerns with regard to PM 2.5. But Mr. Talbot may want to say something about any of the other responses that have so far been made. Mr. Talbot, do you want to add anything on it?
I think the only thing I would say is, the points raised are all fair, reasonable points, but the local plan, is just part of the jigsaw to help solve this issue. If we get the local plan right, then that will help.
Okay, thank you. Is that a new?
Thank you. I just want to correct the suggestion that I'm anti-development. That's a
No.
actually,
I think it's already saying you. No, I'll say. He wasn't saying you're anti. I think he was actually saying he doesn't think you are anti-development.
Okay, I misheard then.
It was the consequence of your comment that might be construed as being the outcome of your comment is that it could mean no development. So I think it was actually.
In which case, I'd like to refer to the point the gentleman just made. It's up to the local plan to do its utmost to prevent this. And my point is, we, the over 50s, don't see enough in it at the moment to reassure us on that point.
Understood.
Same here. We are not against further development, and we would be very happy to see improvements in the areas of high socioeconomic deprivation in Edmonton and other parts of Enfield. It would be fantastic. And also with regard to, is that Mr. Reid?
Right?
Yeah. That's a suggestion that an air quality positive plan would be a way forward. That's most welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to leave that there and move on then to questions 5.1, 3, 4 and 5. Deal with all these matters together, which is essentially about whether or not the plan deals with other infrastructure issues, education, health, green infrastructure, and so on. Again, it's a strategic level, correctly, and then it's logical to flow on from there as whether or not, again, in broad terms, the whole plan viability assessment or the plan has been properly assessed through the whole plan viability assessment and whether it is in line with national policy in that respect. So I'm going to address all these points together. When it comes to general infrastructure issues, I've got the Council's answers to this. They're before me. Many of the outcomes are very specific about individual sites and whether or not there's requirements for education, health, blue-green infrastructure. So I think that's a often site-specific issue, which I can pick up at a later date. So nothing particular on that. In terms of questions about viability, suppose just a general point is you've seen some of the criticisms about the whole plan viability assessment. Maybe, again, as easy as anything to cut through across those, but focusing on whether the document assessment is based on a recognised robust approach as far as you're concerned, that the costs information that's been included within it are, again, based on robust, a robust basis. Whether the viability assessment properly and accurately assesses the policies in the plan. Again, a few points have been made that it's not necessarily addressing, covering the same issues as what, as a policy requires X, the whole plan viability assessment's looked at Y. And then ultimately, obviously, whether it provides me with sufficient comfort, given that there is obviously, will be changes over time, inevitably, but it provides sufficient comfort that the plan is deliverable as a whole. That's, set those questions out in one go so you can deal with them in one go.
Yes, I will, sir. And the nub of it comes down to whether or not the whole plan viability update assessment is sufficient for you to rely upon in order to reach the conclusion that the plan is sound, justified and effective. And the assessment considered the viability of the deliverability of the various typologies that would be capable of coming forward with regard to various areas of the plan. And specifically, and a lot of the, well, most, I think, of the objections relate to the Cruise Hill and Chase Park allocations. And the essential argument is that there's lots of costs that haven't properly been specifically addressed through the viability assessment, and for that reason can't be sure that we have an effective plan. I'll come back to the work that has been undertaken by Aspinall Verdi in a moment. I won't address you on that. I'll address you only on the viability assessment as it is currently before you. Now, the viability assessment was undertaken by HDH, which is a recognised and experienced firm that undertake these sorts of assessments. And indeed, before dealing with the range of that experience, one can see that what has been undertaken is a standard residual valuation approach towards the viability of development proposals under the various typologies. And as part of that, it took into account an allowance for SIL and it took into an allowance for Section 106 contributions. And assessed various levels of contribution towards affordable housing, environmental standards in particular, and other issues that would be engaged by virtue of the various policies. And those contributions were principally around a £50,000 contribution per unit. Now, so the assessment was, in that sense, comprehensive and standardised. And the only question is whether the £50,000 was an appropriate level of contribution that would encapsulate the level of costs that those two sites, particularly Cruise Hill and Chase Park, would be expecting to have to contribute in order to meet the various requirements. And it has. And the reason it has is because although those are not based in specific cost analysis, you'll see that the IDP costs, or the IDP, the identification of various infrastructure elements in the IDP came through after the update assessment. But nevertheless, they, being generalised costs, they were done so because of them being taken from other comparable forms of development. I said before that HDH has a considerable experience with undertaking these sorts of assessments. And so a range of different developments between 4,000, 1,000 and up to 10,000 units had been used in order to arrive at that particular figure of £50,000. So it wasn't just plucked out of the air, it's something that happens, or something that was arrived at by virtue of other developments' own on-site cost requirements. So in that sense, it's benchmarked. And as I said earlier on today, the various costs that are required are not out of the ordinary. We are not talking about extraordinary costs. So, the first point is that they are costs that are reasonably anticipated and done so by way, as I say, of a benchmarking process that HDH relied upon. The second point is that there was a sensitivity test undertaken, which then looked at a higher level of costs at £75,000 in order to see what would be the effect. That has an effect slightly in terms of the affordable housing contribution with regard to Cruise Hill, but doesn't have any effect on the position with regard to Chase Park. But so, nevertheless, there is a sensitivity of a very significant amount, frankly. So there is, on those bases, an analysis that provides sufficient evidence at this stage that there is a deliverable, effective approach towards the various sites. As I've said, there has nevertheless been further work undertaken in order to understand the levels, specific levels of costs arising in respect of Cruise Hill and Chase Park, carried out by Aspinall Verdi. And if there is any doubt that that this plan would not be found sound because of some sort of lacuna around those issues, then the Council would be able to provide that information. And it can do so either, probably principally by, rather than either, by producing the costings that then allow one to see what the dwelling cost would be. To then incorporate that and compare it with the HDH whole plan viability assessment. The alternative is for the viability appraisals to be produced. We don't think that that's necessary, as I say, but it's certainly something that if there is any doubt, as I say, that there would be difficulties with finding this plan sound without that being produced, of course the Council would take that sort of approach. So that's the position in overall terms.
And just picking up the specific points about, you talk about benchmarking, it's been benchmarked, but does that, so if you're benchmarking, so for example, the policy requires 50% affordable housing or 20% by B&G or M42, M43, are those costs, the specifics, if you like, of the plan factored into that benchmark, or at least factored in so that the specific costs are taken into account, so you can see the difference between 10% and 20%?
The benchmark not. I mean, these are figures. The 50,000 was, as I say, taken as they, but then the effects of incorporating the various elements has been undertaken.
Okay, thank you.
So that's what I'd say by way of initial.
Obviously, I've some experience of viability assessment, so I'm not going to ask many questions. I've got it before me. I've got the matter statements before me. So I'll go straight to questions, and in fact, it might be as well, and then the council come back rather than me trying to go through and pick out what people said. So, Mr. Byrne, if you want to, Better Homes England, Enfield.
Thank you, sir. We were Better Homes Enfield, then we were Better Homes England, but we're back at Enfield again now. We did try to expand, but that didn't work out. So in terms of the whole plan viability assessment, I guess our concerns are very much set out in our hearing statement, so I'm not going to repeat them here. And no, we stand by those concerns as of now. And our representation 0170821 sets out further detail, points 103 to 124. In addition to that, I would say, and just pick up on a couple of points, I think we still have, in terms of methodology concerns, concerns about the sort of financing costs and how they've been factored in, because it seems they don't seem to be there, and over such a long-term development, we couldn't understand where they'd been or see where they'd actually been accounted for, and they can make quite a big difference when you factor in financing costs, and I think the guidance suggests that you should. I think that links back as well to sales rates, which we were discussing yesterday, which seemed rather ambitious. So which leads on really to my main point here regarding the spatial strategy. So a lot of what we've said in our statements relates to, based on what we had in front of us then, the fact that we thought the minimum of 50% affordable housing at Greenbelt sites wasn't justified. We also think potentially the brownfield sites could do a bit better on viability. The reason being that one of the inputs, based on what we can see in the information, page 137 of the whole plan viability assessment, suggests that for market housing, over 70% were considered as 3 to 4 bedrooms. Now, it's not entirely clear how that fed in to the testing, but it sort of suggests that it did into brownfield sites. Now, that's, we don't want to replay all these conversations over again, but in our view, that's way too high and not reflective of the policy in any regard. So we think that there might be a need to look again at some of those inputs, because really the brownfield sites, we think, potentially could deliver more affordable housing, which would bring them into line, I think, with other London boroughs. And when we're talking about these spatial strategy and objectives, just to bring it back to that, a lot of the conversation around why the green belt is needed in the if you look in, I was just looking at the excuse me, the spatial strategy and overall approach topic paper. The reason why council's approaching Greenbelt is because it couldn't deliver sufficient affordable homes on brownfield sites. So this is why, to us, it is important to understand, to get a proper fix on how those brownfield affordability figures were calculated and what exactly went into them.
Thank you. Sorry, just to my own. I'm not used to wearing glasses. The policy. So you're saying there's a mismatch between policy H2 and what's in the viability assessment in terms of requirement for affordable housing.
Sorry, I mean the housing mix. Sorry, I mean so the housing mix requirement isn't reflective of what's been tested. So the housing mix requirement is, as we know, far lower in the plan itself. Is it policy H5? So I'm just trying to find it.
3, I think.
Policy H. Thank you, sir. Policy H3. On brownfield sites, it is 30% family housing overall. It's important, we think, to actually, just to put some sort of, why we think this is a concern, I mean, developers here, they'll know better than me, but when we look at the viability assessment, we can see that the average value per square metre is better on smaller homes. So if you have a higher proportion of smaller homes, your viability improves, therefore. So it's important to understand what was actually tested compared to what we've actually got in the plan now, if that makes sense.
The purpose of the exercise is to demonstrate that the plan is deliverable. So so you might want something different, and the figures might the test is do those figures in the viability assessment suggest that what's in H3 isn't deliverable, or do they tell me it is deliverable?
Okay, so in terms of H3, I don't think in Greenbelt sites, I don't think it matches. I don't think it does tell you that. It literally says a maximum of 40% for Cruise Hill for £50,000 infrastructure costs. So I don't think it does say that about Greenbelt sites. In terms of brownfield sites, the reason why I understand the question you're asking, because I'm asking for more, but you only need to see that it does this. Just to sort of clarify that point, where that came from, that's really to do with the council's sort of spatial strategy argument about why it needs greenbelt sites, because brownfield doesn't deliver enough affordable housing. So what I'm saying is that actually I think greenbelt delivers less and brownfield delivers more than the viability assessment. No, sorry, let me just recap. Greenfield delivers less than it says in the plan. Brownfield delivers more than if the viability assessment was done on a different housing mix.
We're probably talking slightly cross purposes though, because obviously my question is the plan deliverable? And does the viability assessment tell me it's deliverable? And obviously you're using the viability assessment as a tool, that might be part of it, but it's also as a means of determining whether or not the strategy is correct.
Correct, that's it.
Yeah.
It's the strategy. I'm trying to sort of express the strategy point, really.
Yeah. It's subtle, again, many subtle but important differences between what the question was, I suppose. Okay, thank you. Anything else you want to raise on that?
No, that was it.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
And Councillor.
Thank you, sir. My remarks are more on 5.13. Okay. With regard to the council's response, so it's 5.14.7, they mentioned that HDH recommended that as and when this is established, it would be necessary to reconsider deliverability to ensure the sites can bear their full strategic infrastructure mitigation costs. With the greatest respect to Aspinall Verde and the council's response in that respect, and I feel bad saying this because I had a nice chat with the gentleman when we were getting coffee, is that I don't feel that any of that allays my concerns, for the simple reason, if you look at the history of Enfield and its planning department and its decision making, 106 and Sill has always been a robbing Peter to pay Paul type situation. And if you look at legislation, it doesn't back up what the council is saying it can achieve in terms of guardrails to ensure that developers stick to their word during current negotiations and discussions, in particular on health and education. And Black Horse Tower is a perfect example of that. The previous application went through and the council was promised a health centre and they got it, but the NHS did not take up the option within the 6 months and therefore make the site viable. And I would say that, you know, the council throughout these hearings have been picking and choosing when to use MPPF 24, and ironically, it's only there that bolsters their position to hold the developers' feet to the fire to ensure that 106 and Sill contributions go to exactly what they're saying that they're going to do, or at least intend to do. So I think the Conservative group's significant concerns around if these sites were to go ahead, there are no guarantees any of this can happen. Therefore, by the council putting so much stock in viability and saying this will happen, I just don't think that's the case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Sorry, Hadley Wood.
Thank you. Following up a little bit sort of on what Mr. Byrne was talking about, sort of looking at the viability assessment in 1266 as well as 1035, it says much of the developable areas at Cruise Hill are in a range of users, including blah, blah, blah. As a result, that site can currently bear 40% affordable housing and £50,000 per unit in developer contributions.
Sorry, can I just get both references? I got 12.66
and 10.35. They're identical. So there it says Cruise Hill can afford or can bear 40% affordable housing. Then in 12.109, the conclusions, it says, with the above in mind and having discussed them with the council, the following policy requirements are recommended. Affordable housing, brownfield sites, 35%. So then I wonder why policy H2 requires 50% affordable housing for all former Greenbelt sites, including Cruise Hill. That's one point. And then if you carry on reading 12.109, it recommends 10% by biodiversity net gain. And then policies PL10 and 11 and BG4 require 20%. So again, I wonder sort of on what basis that was done. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much. I might to make sure. Okay, thank you. Mr. Reid, you want to come back on
Yes,
those
I think
points?
there's a number of points there. The first of which related to finance costs. I think it was suggested that finance costs were not incorporated into the appraisals. I think Mr. Smith, Robert Smith, perhaps from HIAS, perhaps if Mr. Smith deals with that, that would be sensible, please. Would you like to introduce yourself as well, Mr. Smith? Welcome.
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon. Robert Smith. I'm a director of HIAS Associates, and we've been involved primarily with the Cruise Hill and Chase Park projects for many years, but also interacted with the viability work. That's so crucial. Yes, just on the finance costs point, I can only refer you to the HTH report, the viability study. I think it's page 104, where it covers that that work included finance costs of 7.5% as part of an additional cost. So it was considered by his work.
So it's page 104, but which paragraph was it, sorry?
Let me... 7.24 going on to 7.25. Would you like me to add on a few other points there while I'm on the microphone? Just in terms of the mix, I can comment on how that's been dealt with for the Cruise Hill and Chase Park projects. The work that HTH were doing was in parallel with the placemaking studies, and I know we've talked about those a few times over recent days. So there was interaction between the design work and site capacity and mix assumptions that were being evolved through the placemaking studies. They were provided across to HTH, so they did model the mixes that are a reference for Cruise Hill and Chase Park and have been mentioned a few times previously around the quota of family homes and the averages and the rate there. So I can confirm the mixes for that. I can't say what he did with the mixes on the other sites because my interest is on the strategic sites. On the question of how the HTH work reports what is viable for Cruise Hill and the reference to the £40,000 per unit as the infrastructure contribution, the 40% affordable housing sort of being the viable level for that. I think the important thing to reference, and Mr. Reid said it earlier, is that the HTH work covered a range of scenarios, and it depends what assumptions you flex through those scenarios as to what combinations of affordable housing or developer contributions you can secure. So I think what the paragraph you're referring to, 12.66, was referring to a combination of certain infrastructure costs and policy costs and maintaining the £50,000 per unit infrastructure contribution. that would mean that 40% affordable housing would be the viable position on that. But the other scenarios that are probably more important to focus on, and what the project team have been focusing on, was the scenarios in Appendix 6 of the HTH work, which is where it flexes the developer contributions level upwards and downwards. And as Mr. Reid said, it goes up to 70,000 and beyond, actually, but it also goes down. And it shows where Cruise Hill is viable, maintaining the position on affordable housing at 50%. And that shows that it's viable with a developer contribution level of between £30,000 and £40,000 per unit. And also important to recognise and take into account that SIL is additional to that. That's an extra payment that would be on top to address some of the infrastructure needs. So hopefully that clarifies that a little, but I can say more on it if you wish.
Sorry, yeah, just to make sure my note is accurate. So the report says 40% affordable on those sites or that site. Based on that scenario, as you say, maintain the 50,000 benchmark figure. But then in Appendix 6, did you say?
16.
16. This is why I didn't allow appendices attached to matter statements. Appendix 16, there are other scenarios which would justify that. So obviously, the obvious question is going to be, well, if it's 30 to 40,000, and that's the figure that can withstand 50% affordable, is the 30 to 40,000 actually going to deliver the remainder if the benchmark was 50,000? So, and if 50,000 was deemed to be what would be needed to deliver everything else, so it's a logical. There's a logical question there.
Yes. Yes, understand and follow that. I think with the benchmark figure, as Mr. Reid said, that was the starting assumption. It was in the baseline appraisal, but it is presented in various points of the HTH study that is beyond a worst case. It was a very cautious figure, and the examples of other costs that we have are below that figure. So I think HTH took a very cautious position with that. The work that we've been doing post that to do the cost planning, the detailed work with Aspinall Verde, which has also included Turner Townsend, who are renowned cost planners. And as you'd anticipate, there's a very detailed spreadsheet with many lines and very, very many numbers in. That's been acutely aware of this position of the 30 to 40,000 fitting with the affordable housing figure. And it is still, the council are confident, and that analysis is showing that it is around that level still, and it is viable.
And I know you're using these benchmark figures, but the point that was made earlier about the bridge, or bridges, or that's kind of transport mitigation, is that factored into the line-by-line work?
Yeah, the cost plan has got all costs that are set out in the IDP. In fact, in the Aspinall Verde work, sorry. In fact, it goes beyond that, because as you'd anticipate, once a cost surveyor gets involved, they look at all kinds of square meterage and linear meters of roads and things. So there are lots of costs that have been included around junction improvements. There are the costs for the schools, there's costs for the various types of open space that's in there, and all of the sustainable transport measures that we've talked about in terms of bus pump priming measures, improvements to footpaths and cycleways. So there's a lot of information that's been covered through them as the check and the balance that the infrastructure can be afforded through the allowances that were covered by the HTH work that showed the position was viable.
Okay, so I mean, it's already been said that that could be provided to me if it provides me with the necessary comfort. Just for the sake, is this? It might have been raised earlier today, and I've missed it or misunderstood. Is this work being shared with TfL? Is that part of the arguments as to TfL arguing about delivery issues? Is that a different?
It hasn't been, as I understand it, it hasn't been shared with them. But that's the sort of question mark that they've raised. It's fair to say. It is it's sufficiently done so that with, as I say, some further short work, it can be produced. So it's not that you have to wait for months for that documentation to be ready.
Thank you. Okay, I'll give some further thought to that after what I've heard. Thank you. Was there anything else? Sorry.
Just a couple of points, I think. One of which relates to something Mr. Smith said, actually, which is the worst case scenario, or rather the robustness of the update. because there are a number of assumptions that are built into the appraisal, including, and so I can deal with just two of them, I think, to give an indication, that what is assumed in respect of Chase Park and Cruise Hill is that the site is purchased in total at day one, as opposed to in tranches, which would be the usual position, and that all SIL is paid at year one as well, which of course it wouldn't happen in that fashion. So that deals with that. The second point is a question raised by Mr. DeVos, which was were the BNG costs at 20% also factored into the appraisals, and they were. And if you look, so I'll give you the reference, you don't need perhaps to turn it up, but you'll see at 8.45 to 0.46, it highlights the assumption of the base scenario at 20% BNG.
Yes, hopefully this is helpful. I mean, it might be worth also just saying a few words about the purpose and the timing of the extra work that's been done on the cost and the viability work. Obviously, with these kind of projects and these sites, you evolve the detail and you get layers of more detail as you work through the planning process. So the work that was done previously for the placemaking studies covers quite a lot of territory in terms of the various infrastructure requirements, and that has informed some of the elements that are put into the policy, but also the costings that have gone into the current work. It was obviously recognised by various parts of the evidence base that you would need extra information as you work through the planning process. The council have been proactive in terms of getting Aspinall Verde and Turner Townsend on board to do that work. That was partly with an eye on whether extra information may be useful to this process, but also, probably more importantly, to inform the next stage of work that's envisaged. And you'll have picked up in the policies for Cruise Hill and Chase Park that Chase Park requires a subsequent master plan to be produced, and Cruise Hill is an SPD, which is to refine the spatial layout, but also bring out this infrastructure detail so that it can be fully engaged with and draw in community engagement as well as stakeholder engagement. So whilst TfL may not have seen that work just yet, the intention was always that was going to be coming into the next phase of work to layer up the next layer of detail on this. And I know your challenge is to make sure that there's the right level of detail for now, but the councils are already proactively working down that journey.
Sorry, so I didn't give you the full reference on the BNG 20%. There's a further reference, was at 10.30. You don't need to turn it up, I don't think, because you'll see there that 20% BNG was tested as one of the mid or the higher requirements in the policy scenarios. So that's 10.30, page 154 of the update through to 155.
Thank you. Enfield Road Watch, sorry, and then we'll...
Yes, just requesting a piece of clarity. Did I understand Mr. Reid to say that the assumptions were that the entire allocations for both those sites would be purchased in year one? And as we know, Cruise Hill is a very complicated site with numerous landowners, many of whom do not wish to participate. So I would question how that could be achieved in a single year, but that's just a comment. Thank you.
Shall I deal with it? It's a testing scenario that deals with the costs of purchase, because of course if you purchase everything on day one, then you've already sunk a lot of money into your development, which reduces down the viability. Whereas if you spread it over a number of years in terms of the purchase, then it would help the viability. Hence why it's a robust viability appraisal.
I think I understand the point, and I think when your concern, sorry, I don't like to put words in your mouth, but I think the issues about the rate you've raised about willing landowners, CPO delivery, noted, and obviously one of my, when I was talking about getting focused questions when we come back, is one of those focused questions would be, what is the trajectory for this? Is it realistic? And I don't think I'm saying anything. I'm saying that obviously that is going to be part of the argument for exceptional circumstances, because if, as it's been pointed out before, the amount of delivery is part of the argument in favour of it. So, so those points are taken. I think the issue, it's like thing is that it's a mathematic. It's how these assessments are done for the purpose of producing scenarios. So it's an accounting tool rather than a yeah.
As long as you're happy with it, I'm happy with it.
Okay. Now, wouldn't that, if everybody just used that form, that would be really good. If we could just all agree.
We'd have been finished on about Tuesday afternoon.
Thank you. Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, sir. I'll be very quick. The point about the sort of financing of a debt was not just linked to the percentage. It was linked to how that works out over the years. Because when I looked at it, it seemed to be suggesting that all the homes would be have been allocated to the site would be delivered within the planned period, which clearly has an impact on financing costs and how long your debt is outstanding for and how much interest you have to pay. So it's more linked to the outstanding debt, not the interest rate, but the outstanding debt over time. And then that links back to the question I made yesterday, which is about sales rates and what sales rates have been assumed underneath that drive this viability assessment, because that's one of the underpinning calculations. I think just to sort of wrap up, there's mention, I think, of having statements of common ground with the developers. And I think if I can just sort of simplify the concerns that certainly I know Better Homes Enfield have, is that we're concerned that should these sites go forward, that there'll be renegotiation and the affordable housing we were hoping for won't come through. So I guess, the council has said it was seeking to enter statements of common ground with developers, and the guidance says that all these matters should be decided through plan making and shouldn't need to be revisited once in development management, as it were. Now I know what happens in reality, but we are meant to be aiming for that.
I mean, you'll understand, won't you, that my role is to assess what the policy says, and is the policy a sound policy? What Councillor Georgiou mentioned and sort of what you're talking about is very much I'll be long gone by the time that comes, and that's how the policies are implemented, and of course that's a different thing. So the point has to be: is the plan policy sufficiently effective, and does it say the right things and the correct things in order to provide as much comfort as possible? But of course, you're aware the planning system does allow for material considerations to be considered, and there's no way I can say, as part of this plan, there's absolutely no chance that anyone's going to come forward by 2041 and say we need to do something different to what's in the plan. That's why technical section 38(6) of the Planning Act is to allow other material considerations to be taken into account. So I think, understand the point, understand the concern, but there's a limit to what I can do about that. So it's about, is the policy right first? If the policy is right, it makes it easier for the council to obviously achieve what it wants to achieve.
Yeah.
But point taken. Thank you. Is there any other?
No, thank you very much.
Anything else on? So it's a good job I wasn't expecting to get through everything, isn't it? Anything else on issue 5.2 that's not been picked up for anybody who wants to raise anything?
Sorry, so there was one further point on the Aspinall Verdi work. Will you, in terms of, because of course you'll be wanting to issue a letter at some point, will you in that letter indicate if you require that further work to be disclosed?
I think so, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. If you wanted, I'm wavering towards anything which, I mean, frankly, if it's not, if I've asked for it and it ends any uncertainty, where people could say, well, we don't know if it's 30 or 40,000, and you tell me, the council, well, don't worry, we've got this piece of work that proves it's all okay, then my gut feeling is, well, we may as well have it then, as long as it's not betraying any confidences or anything else.
Quite so. We, of course, would be subject to us having to make sure that it doesn't do that. We don't.
But I'll put that in a letter. And again, in terms of efficiency of people being able to comment on that, my expectation is, because it is mostly about Chase Park and Cruise Hill, that I just refer to it in the matter and issues and questions relating to that site as and when we get to it.
Yes, very good.
Okay, thank you. Right. Any NCAF? Just new points, please.
Very briefly, because I was so nervous when I first spoke.
That's fine.
So
no need
I
to be.
forgot about the issue of monitoring. Is that possible to raise it now? Just one issue.
Just raise it. I mean, monitoring will be a discrete section.
One of the one of the issues regarding monitoring of Objective 11, IIA Objective 11, minimize air pollution, is air quality monitoring of averages of NO2 and PM10. And I would like to suggest that also monitoring of PM2.5 be included. That's
Okay,
all.
that's I'll take that on board. I'm sure the council would consider that reasonable.
The difficulty is that there aren't monitoring locations for 2.5. And there were some provisional or rather temporary monitoring locations, as I understand it, organised by the GLA, but those are no longer in place, as I understand it. But modelling is used as the proxy, as you heard earlier on.
Okay, I'll leave that there. There's probably not much more I can say about that at the moment, but thank you. Right, so if there's nothing else on issue 5.2, there's a few. We've been very quiet on this side of the room. It's usually this side of the room I'm saying to people, is there anything else you wish to raise? But is there anything else you raise on issue 5.2 before I move on? Thank you then. I'm going to move on then to issue 5.5, which is the site selection methodology. By now, I have heard a lot about this methodology, and I've been referred to it several times in the discussion, in particular on Greenbelt sites. There are some questions which may provide an opportunity to delve a little deeper, if we've got time, into some of the issues or pick up matters that haven't been addressed. But there are probably also matters where I've heard enough. And the points have already been raised and possibly don't need to be raised again. So they are all before me, and I can take that away and give it some thought before I respond. So just one or 2 points going through my questions 5.28 to 5.27 again. I'm going to take them in the round and quickly just run through these. I don't think, as I say, there's nothing to be gained from the council giving me a summary of because I know broadly how we've gone about things. So in no particular order, stage one of the process, which is set out in the topic site selection topic paper, just for the avoidance of my doubt or any doubt, have any sites which are wholly, because the stage one approach says that sites which are wholly within the absolute constraints category have been sieved out. So just for my benefit, of any of something, was that applied consistently? So did any sites that are wholly within the absolute constraints found their way to the next stages? And if they did, how can we be certain there's been a consistent approach if that's the case?
Yeah, in Appendix G of the HELAR, it does identify the sites that were removed at an early stage or stage one due to absolute constraints, and they didn't go any further for those particular reasons. In terms of taking sites forward where there were constraints, the council took a view at that point whether the constraints needed further investigation, as I mentioned before, in terms of flooding, for example, into stage 2. I think as well at this stage, when we're looking at sites, it is a high-level process. There is obviously a methodology in place there to almost checks and balances at each stage, really, to filter out the sites according to their constraints or their issues. But of course, as we get through that methodology, there's varying degrees of constraints on sites that need further investigation, and that's when we rely quite heavily on our external colleagues, statutory consultees, internal colleagues on particular issues. So as I said, yes, some of those sites have moved forward because although they were constrained, there was opportunities potentially to investigate them further for mitigation.
Right, okay. So where it's called an absolute constraint, it's not necessarily an absolute constraint.
It is in the fact that if there's national designations, local designations, they were ruled out. But if there were sites that are partly constrained, if you like, then they were taken forward for further investigation. Okay. We did that consistently because you know, we didn't want to just remove sites for the sake of it and not investigate those. But as I said, where there were constraints, we did.
So I think an important point there is, if you'd carried out a purely quantitative exercise, you know, this site is all within flood zone 3B, this site is all grade 1, 2 agricultural, and this site is, not in this case, but some plans have been, it's more than 800 metres from a school, so it's gone. You're saying that didn't get, even where the absolute constraints were flagged up, you still had an element of sense check or planning judgment as to whether to move them forward?
No, sorry.
If I can just come in on that point. I think that there were a short number of sites where they were constrained, 100% constrained, absolute constraints covering the whole of the site. And in those instances, they were ruled out. There are other sites where there was an absolute constraint on a part of the site, but the site still progressed through as per the methodology. I think there may be a couple of sites where a planning judgment was made where a very, very significant proportion of the site was covered by an absolute constraint. And it was felt on that basis, 95% of the site in flood zone 3, for example, that it would not then progress through. So there was a small element of planning judgment, but we applied the approach consistently.
Okay, thanks. Could there have been any unintended consequence of this? So, say, for example, a site was, say, entirely within flood. I'm going to pick figures out of thin air. Yeah, a 5-hectare site that's entirely within flood zone 3B. Reject, absolute constraint. We're sieving that out. A site of 15 hectares. 10 of which is in flood zone 3B, and I'm not saying there are any, but 10 of which is in flood zone 3B, are therefore the risk quantitatively greater in terms of is carried forward. And therefore, the logic being that you've actually carried forward a site with arguably greater potential flood risk, or say it was grade 1, 2 agricultural land, 10 hectares, because it's not whole, because depending on the different site areas, you've got different proportions, or are you saying your sort of sense check would have picked up on that kind of anomaly?
I think the sense check would have certainly picked up on that, and of course, in some instances, the site boundaries are slightly arbitrary, aren't they?
Yeah,
What's been put forward to us is a site. There may be part of that site that we feel was suitable for development, not the whole site, but part of it. And I think generally we've taken it through the site selection process. I guess better to be in that process and then to be rejected through that process than to potentially, as you suggest, risk putting sites out of the process that probably should have at least been considered on part.
I mean, you could say, I'm not saying this, but you could see a situation where you've said, well, this 30 hectare, I'm changing my numbers, 30 hectare site's got 10 hectares of grade 1, 2 agricultural land, so it's not wholly within that, but so we've carried that forward, and then there's some potential impact on grade 1, but then there's a site of 2 hectares which is wholly within, and it's not being carried forward, even though it would have a less impact. But I'm labouring a point there. I'm being a bit pedantic, but I think I'm just I'm getting a sense of that it's not been a purely mechanistic approach. There's been some judgment, common sense that planning is an art, not a science, and so we look into whether or not arbitrary dismissal might have led to unintended consequence. I understand that. Fine. There is an example. You've given me an example in this, which is where is it? It's actually in the examples of where you've set out site, how you've explained sites. Now, just because of this, you already know, do you? Just so again, because it stood out to me, and you probably know what I'm talking about then. ID 204, site ID, or is this a different? Oh, it might be a different one if it's a site ID 204, which is it's 5236, 5.23.6. This site was assessed as unsuitable in the Healer due to its small size, below the 0.25 hectare threshold. Fine. I would have expected that then to be, that's it then, it's too small. But then 5.237, it was seemingly assessed at through the IA, so it was stage 4. So how does that work?
That wasn't the example I was...
Oh, right. Well, you might have told me about the other example then, hadn't you?
Sorry, mine is a different matter, actually, sir.
Right.
Do you want...
Yeah, talking about examples.
I haven't got that particular example you're referring to. I can't comment on that. But I can have a look in the break.
Okay. What break? Actually, so it's break time, isn't it? I should have stopped, shouldn't I? Okay. I'll very quickly run through my questions, and we'll have a quick comfort break before I ask for comments, and then we will wrap up. Yeah, I suppose maybe you could just look at that. You'd say those two paragraphs is to say just understanding how this might have achieved. The other thing, actually, why you're thinking about it is, again, if I missed something, while we're thinking about this, is that the examples it says here about reference in the IIA is Appendix A of Sub 8, which is, Sub 8 is the IIA, isn't it, entirety. My looking at Appendix A of that is that's the responses to, I think, the scoping consultation. So I think when we come, I've jumped ahead a little bit, but when we get to this part of my questions, I'd probably like to know which appendix we're talking about, but so somebody can be perhaps beavering away and just getting a correct reference for me. So anyway, sorry, slight digression.
Yeah, so that's noted.
Yeah.
We'll find that. I think it's because it's... Well, we've noted that. I think it's because it's identified as an Appendix A, and that's why it is wrong. So we'll check that off.
The prioritisation process, and we talked about that quite a lot yesterday, so I've got nothing else particularly to say about that, other than obviously we were focusing yesterday on the green belt. So I suppose the question is just when your matter statement and talks about exceptions, this counterintuitive idea that something that's priority 7 or 6 might be put through, but some that's in priority 1 might not be. Is this again the consistency applied approach, and is that A, was it consistently applied, and B, is that easily interrogatable? Probably another word I've made up.
So we would say it was certainly consistently applied. And I think the prioritisation table really is to give an indication of the council's thought process that generally sites within the urban area, brownfield and greenfield, will be suitable for allocation, subject to the other stages and a planning judgment. There will be a few instances where sites may not be suitable for allocation, and then obviously working through brownfield and accessible locations in the greenbelt, as we discussed yesterday. But generally, you would expect a site that fell within prioritisation category 1 to be allocated unless there were very particular set of circumstances that made it unsuitable for allocation. And then as you work your way down through the process, clearly a stronger planning reasoning as to why those sites, and ultimately exceptional circumstances as to why those sites ought to be brought forward for development.
Sorry, right, thank you. I've got a few points about this perennial question, and I have asked a question about it, and it's come up several times. And it's question 5.23. Are the reasons for selecting some sites and rejecting others clearly set out and justified? I think that's particularly for stages 2 to 5, because that's where the judgments come in and the filtering comes in, and I guess some sites might drop out at different parts of that process. We've heard from various parties already in relation to this, and concerns have been raised about both the clarity and consistency of the reasoning, but also about, I guess, the seeming that there's no one place where all of this is set out, and so it's easy to compare and contrast. You may tell me that there's no requirement for that or whatever. That's fine, but just so I understand where we are on this. So from my perspective, looking at your paragraphs 5.231 to 5.232 in your statement, where I've asked the question, is it clear? You tell me, first of all, to go and look at the HELA appendices. Appendix E, Part 1 is 832 pages long, just as a matter of fact. So not a short set of documents. And obviously a lot of the HELA sites are one dwelling or two. It would be well under the threshold in terms of the local plan site selection methodology. So, but yeah, fair enough. That's where there's some information there, and some it'll be identified where sites have been perhaps dropped out for various reasons. Then referred to for employment sites, the appendices F of the HELA, which is another several documents. And then sites did not meet the site selection criteria excluded are documented in Appendix G. So Appendix G, actually, it's not just stage 1. I think it sounds like it's the culmination of those stages, and Appendix G lists all of those sites. That's fine. And then the remaining sites are then subjected to further evaluation from the IIA, which is stage 4, I think, which assess their impact against a set of sustainability objectives. Appendix A of the IIA, don't think it is, provides clear reasoning for the site allocations or rejections, including constraints, deliverability, alignment with the spatial strategy set out in Policy SS1. Can I get some clarity on that, actually, if you've had time to beaver away on that, because I'm not sure it is. I have my weighty tome. Where in here is the clear reasoning for site allocations or rejections?
We'll just ask Mr. Pearson to come up in relation to the IIA work, at least, please.
I mean, I don't want to rehash the whole IIA. I know what you would use it for, but I do want to know, I've been told the reasoning is in here. Appendix I. If anybody heard that, Appendix I.
So that deals with the IIA element, but that...
I'll just point out Appendix I.
It is in sub 8. And the relevant page of the document begins at page 602. Sorry.
Okay.
602.
Fine, thank you. At least I've got that correct reference now, and I can obviously did something to print it out to save a tree or two.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But it's, of course, behind the site selection methodology statement, behind the description within the topic paper of site allocation, there of course stands behind that analytical work that sets out the position with regard to a range of different issues.
And one point I was going to make, of course, is that 5.23 of your statement, I think it's possibly one of those, just a slight misspeak, is that the essay sets out clear reasoning for site allocations or rejections. Well, of course, it probably doesn't, because essays don't do that. They are a tool for helping you make a decision rather than making the decision themselves, which we talked about last week.
Exactly so, sir. As I say, the site selection methodology, the topic paper, explains the principles that have gone into the rationalisation of the decision-making process, of which the IIA was then a part of. But as I've said, there is a raft of analytical information that stands behind those documents. Those documents explain the methodology that was sought to be undertaken.
And as well as this, there's also the site selection topic paper, which provides appendices 2 and 3, which provides some additional
Yes, it does.
Analysis.
That's right. And there are, of course, summary statements as to the position with regard to particular sites, both in respect of the IIA work and in respect of the HELAR work, and indeed in the topic paper as well.
But it is. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was going to say it's a little bit of a paper chase.
I accept.
Yeah, but is that a soundness issue for me?
No, because the question is ultimately what have we produced, and are those locations ones that accord with the spatial strategy in overall terms, and rather than I understand entirely that matters of process may be relevant, but in substance the question is, do we have a sound plan with regard to our allocations? Now, each one of those sites have been subject to a deal of scrutiny, and they will undertake still more scrutiny when we come to stage 2, when it will be decided whether or not it's appropriate to have those particular sites, and they may not accord with the spatial strategy in spite of what we might have done by way of our decision-making processes, and they will be then removed, and if they're removed, it will affect the housing supply position, which may have knock-on effects further down the line. Those are questions ultimately that need to be determined, and in the initial stage, the question really is, on the face of it, do the sites that have been identified accord with the overarching spatial strategy? And the position taken by the authority is that they do.
Okay, thanks. I won't labour that point anymore. Questions 5.24 and 5.25, which are about where constraints to development such as transport, flooding, landscape heritage, where constraints, I should say, appropriately taken into account as part of the selection process. Clearly, I understand there will be those who will disagree with the judgments of this exercise, and that, as you've just said, that will be the discussion no doubt we'll have when we talk about the individual sites. I'm obviously aware from previous discussions and such things as the statements of common ground with various parties that the issue, we've talked about transport and flooding this morning. I'm aware, obviously, heritage has been a consideration. It's listed, it's identified. You've told me how you've gone through those things. So, I understand the extent to which they've been part of the site selection process. As I say, whether the judgments are in and of themselves robust and acceptable, I suspect is something that we'll come on to in length at previous things. But I understand the position. Some people may wish to raise if there are any particular methodological flaws, and then if the people want to raise that, then that's okay. One thing actually was a point that was raised by NCAF. I made a little note of it, is in relation to air quality. So when you were doing your analysis of site, constraints and where is a suitable site for suitable location for development. Was air quality? Air quality is not something I've listed it there, but is that air quality was a factor that was part of the mix?
Pointing and not with my microphone on. I don't know whether any of the other officers can deal with that. Otherwise, I will check through.
So it's not something that is explicitly referenced in the site selection methodology, but clearly as part of the planning judgment process, all of the evidence base was considered. I would need to check with officer colleagues about how that was actually webbed into the site selection process.
But clearly, obviously, on that basis, no sites were particularly ruled out for air quality. So, because it wasn't part of the, so again, if and when we get to looking at specific sites, if air quality is a particular concern, then it's something I can take into account as I would any constraint. Yeah.
And of course, it's more likely that impact will be on urban sites, if indeed there is any impact.
Okay, thank you. Right. Similarly, 4.25 is a question about mitigation and how was this determined and have measures been subject to assessment of viability. We talked about viability, talked about mostly about Chase Park and Cruise Hill, about mitigation measures, but I understand obviously that has been part of your process. The plan sets out on the development requirements for sites where, you know, what you're seeking to require from development in most cases. So again, I think unless people want to raise any methodological flaws about how mitigation has been addressed, I think the effectiveness of the mitigation will be something I'll pick up when we go through the individual sites. So I've got nothing else particularly to say about that. Has the site selection process ensured that the allocated site is consistent with the spatial strategy? I've got your answer to that. Again, probably can only be answered once. I suppose in a way, it's a bit of a silly question. You're going to say yes. I think it's a question for me that's a question almost for me to determine once I've gone through the process of actually, so if your yes is correct, would be the point.
I'm sorry, I was going to say that, of course, you were going to go through the various sites. You'll assess whether or not we've got those judgments right or wrong. And if we've got them wrong, then, of course, they'll come out.
Yeah, quite. And then 5.27, have any additional sites been, we've talked about this, about new sites, Regulation 19. Obviously, I've noted that the site selection topic paper does list them at the back, but there's no analysis of them. You have indicated that analysis, I think I mentioned this morning, you've indicated that analysis has taken place of those, and that could be provided. And I've already forgotten, but I think I may have said, yeah, that's probably something that it would be useful to have. So I've nothing else further, and that will be going to my action note along with the timetable. So, anything else you wish to add?
No, thank you very much. Sir.
Okay. So any points then about those questions? Mr. Harbert.
Just an observation on Appendix I, which I've now accessed, but it has a summary statement of the recommended decision. It doesn't have a summary of the various sources of evidence. So it doesn't satisfy the points that I made, and I think the point that you were raising in your question.
Thank you. Actually, before I go on, it's prompted me to reminded me of a question I wanted to ask about the site selection topic paper, actually. If you can just get that, paragraph 6.11. 6.11 says, etc. Well, it's the second or third sentence. A summary of the IA appraisal for each site is included on the site assessment sheet. The site assessment is just, I've highlighted that because is that something different to what's in Appendix I? As the point Mr. Hart was making, there's some kind of collation where all of this information has been put on some kind of site assessment sheet, so all of the thought processes, as has been pointed out, a lot of this is the outcome of the decision, and I have to think about is that good enough, but do these site assessment sheets actually the where you've set out all of your thoughts, and do they exist?
Yes, so officers. Sorry. Officers trying to assimilate all of the evidence base in relation to a very large number of sites, had working sheets to try and pull this information together into one place to arrive at a judgment as to whether to allocate or not allocate sites. And it's those sheets, I think plural, that are being referred to.
And are they you've highlighted and drawn them to my attention in this topic paper. So are they actually available? Are they published?
No, they're not published, sir.
You know what my next question is going to be.
I do so, and as I say, if those are matters that you want to see, the totality of the documentation that stands behind these analyses, then of course they will be provided to you.
Okay, I mean, again, there's a lot for me to read, reread, and think I've got a lot. I think I've got about 4 books worth of notes to go through about whether or not some of these things are going to help me or not, or have satisfied myself one way or the other. So rather than commit to, because that one assumes that could be a very sizable.
It will require us to bring together quite a number of documents, spreadsheets and the like, and in order to make sure that we do have a compiled version for you. I don't know how much that's going to take in terms of documentation.
Okay, just let me. I'll think about that.
You may. I mean, it may be that you want to ask us to seek to compile it, and then tell you how much information it is, and then you can make a decision. But we're very much in your hands as to what you would like us to do.
Okay. I'll make another note of something to think about. Okay, thank you. Sorry, and thank you. Sorry for interrupting any flow. It just prompted my memory. Did you have any more points you wish to raise, Mr. Harbert?
We would find that essential for us to prepare for the individual site assessment, and I would be surprised that it wouldn't be made publicly available.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, obviously, individual site assessments going to. I'm not arguing with you now. I'm just thinking out loud. This individual site assessments section will be: is what is in the plan sound? Based on what's before me and everything and what's in the plan, it won't necessarily. It might help me consider how the site selection process has been carried out and so on. But it's not necessarily going to. Not sure it'd be that helpful for the individual sessions because the outcome is here, isn't it? I think sometimes it's going to be, well, we don't know how to compare. I'm not going to be comparing sites. So when we're talking about the sites you're interested in on that session, it'll be, is this site sound? It's not going to be, is there another site that's better or should it have been in there compared to another site? It's going to be about whether that site's sound. I mean, I don't want to get into a debate about it. I've got the point. I'll go away and give it some further thought. And again, proportionality's got to be a factor in that. Thank you. Mr. Lack, Enfield Society.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to draw your attention to your question 5.24, where you asked about whether constraints were appropriately taken into account, and in particular the landscape character. In the site topic paper, site allocation topic paper, I beg your pardon, page 17, there's a map which shows the intersection of some of the allocations with existing conservation areas and registered parks. That map does not show the current policy area of special character, which is in the current core policies 30, 31 and 33, where the ASC is described in paragraph 841 as an important historical landscape. We also note that within the evidence base is document PLA 13, the Cruise Hill and Chase Park Landscape Sensitivity Appraisal, which is dated 2023, which of course occurred after the actual site allocations effect, which they are referencing. So that was produced after the sites had been chosen. And my final point is that we think there's a piece of missing evidence relating to Enfield Town, which is the current, it's a current document, 2018, the Enfield Town Centre Framework Master Plan. Thank you.
Sorry, that last one. Enfield Town Centre Master Plan.
Enfield Town Centre Framework Master Plan, which is dated 2018.
And is that missing from? Sorry, is that missing from the library?
Yeah,
because
it hasn't been-
it's been used. Is it? Sorry, just to understand why it's been missing. Is it missing because it's actually been used to help? And is there a reference, or you think it should have been used?
That particular document, when it was created, was created with input from local stakeholders like the Enfield Society. It has not been submitted, and we can't find any explanation of how its implications have been taken into account in the current proposals.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to understand.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's the. In effect, it's a piece of evidence you think should have been used and maybe hasn't. Yeah.
We believe so. Yeah.
Okay. And Beth Holmes Enfield, please.
Thank you, sir. Our statement, hearing statement, NCAFs, in this instance, clearly set out a number of issues with the approach, but most of those were actually more to do with how it was actually implemented, as opposed to the methodology itself being at fault. So I won't go over those here, but I just wanted to draw your attention to them. One methodological flaw, though, is there was no mention of London plan conformity, which I think, according to guidance, as it's in the development plan, needs to be considered as part of the site selection methodology. And we make that in point 19 of our hearing statement and give the guidance references there. In terms of I'm not sure if it's helpful because I did get slightly lost, but in terms of the HELA information and the sites and the site assessments, I mean, they actually are all in the appendices. You can go through and find them individually. Doing that takes an enormous amount of time. It's very, very difficult to go through them. And I mentioned that along with, we mentioned this morning about the flood information. I think it was mentioned, we've noticed it's difficult to navigate these. I don't want to replay it, but I am going to replay it. This is why it was so difficult to do this in 7 weeks for communities. This opening and closing mountains of flood information, not knowing which one related to which site, and the same thing with the HELA was just absolutely impossible. And I just want to mention it because it's just relevant to the problems that I think people have experienced in now being unable to find information. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you. My first point is a similar thing about accessibility. Appendix I was mentioned in the discussion. Beg your pardon, let's start again. I have firstly a point just on accessibility of information. The Appendix I was mentioned in the discussion. My quick search of the Enfield website document library, which has 33 pages, has 58 mentions of appendix, none of which are Appendix I. I couldn't find it in there. I'm glad some people could, but it just demonstrates the difficulty in dealing with this documentation.
I take the point, it's actually all with it.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, the printed version doesn't have Appendix I in it. The online version does of Sub 8.
Yeah, it's buried, as they say. dealing specifically with the questions, 520, as far as is it objective, we would certainly argue that it hasn't been objective. It hasn't had input in terms of the choice of sites from the Conservative opposition. We did try and engage, but I think that story is being well covered, and there's a lot of detail in our submission, so I won't go into more than that. As regards to 524, the landscape character has been mentioned, but in terms of heritage, I don't think we can understate the importance of the heritage of the Enfield Chase in the borough. There's huge amounts of artwork and various things that show how tied it is to the identity of Enfield, and this sort of this plan in itself doesn't reflect that, I believe. And again, in our submission, there's a considerable amount of extra information which I would draw your attention to. That's all I have to say at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't know if were you here this morning?
I was behind. Scott
sorry.
Hudson was here this morning.
Savills.
Savills. New Ladderswood LLP.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Savills on behalf of New Ladderswood LLP. We've been responsible for the ongoing regeneration of the Ladderswood estate. By the way of context, the Ladderswood estate regeneration programme has made significant progress.
I've said it to the people who are on the room. I'm saying it looks like you're about to read a statement out. So it sounds like you're about to read a statement out.
Yeah,
so if you just don't. And just make the point.
The main point.
You want to make the point.
Of course. Our main concern about the site allocation is the greater flexibility awarded to the site allocations. We request a range of housing types to come forward, allowing for estate regeneration schemes of the Ladderswood estate to come forward, meeting that housing need. In addition to this, we request, where appropriate, allowances made to ensure flexibility for tall buildings, specifically on that site, within the site allocations, taking a design-led approach, ensuring that we can continue to deliver our programme. Thank you.
Thank you. And IKEA, I think, isn't it?
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to question 5.24 about how the constraints have informed site capacities. There's been a lot of focus on where there are constraints, but there are sites, and obviously we're representing the IKEA Meridian water site, which doesn't have any constraints, and it's not clear how that's actually affected the site capacity in a positive manner. You'll already know our position that we think that the site capacity is severely underestimated. And there's a lack of transparency around the bespoke approach that has been adopted for larger sites, particularly where there's been engagement with the council. I won't go on because you end up getting into site specifics, but I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. As per, I completely lied when I said we were going to have a break. Is there anything you want to come back on those points?
I don't think so. I think that the two comments from IKEA and New Ladderswood are site-specific issues, actually, and don't go to the question of the appropriateness of the methodology. And we can deal with those at the appropriate time. Just to be clear, with regard to the information that stands behind the topic paper and the HELAR work and the appendices, indeed, to the topic paper. There's, if you would like it, we're more than happy to provide it, as we've said. It's not a matter of it being held back in some way, and I think there was a suggestion that it was being held back. Okay. More than happy to provide it if you wish to.
Noted. Thank you. I do apologise. Now, 4 o'clock. What shall we do? I suggest we have a if people want us to leave, it's entirely up to them. As we've got.
I suspect so. Some people, given the amount of time they spent here, will go on to the end just to having. Got
no, sorry. I don't mean to say I'm going to have discussions in without you. I was more thinking about we've got I think we've covered everything I wanted to cover. Just I should say make sure there's no other points on that section, issue 5.5, before I sort of draw that issue to a close. But we've got the minimum I wanted to get done today. It's already 4 o'clock. If we have a break and desperately try to go through some of the other issues, I think it's just dragging it on unnecessarily, particularly as I said right at the start, I can deal with everything else under stage 2 and subsequent stage without it causing any critical impediment to how we proceed. I don't know if anyone disagrees with that, speak now, because it's going to be a while before I come back. So we can either have a 10-minute comfort break, I come back and I just run through what I think the next stages are, or I can run through that now, or is everyone desperate just to have a break? Does everyone just want to go?
For our part, we're happy to carry on, if that helps you.
Any views on that? If anyone...
I'm sorry, we're not happy to carry on, I gather.
So just a 2-minute comfort break, sir.
Can we have well, we'll come back at 4:20. We'll be very quick, just wrap up.
Yes.
It's almost like it's what I normally would do at the end of the full examination, but this is a slightly odd situation. So we'll come back at 4:20, but I don't think I'm going to cover any more issues under matter 5 because I think I've covered everything I need to in order to allow me to go home with some comfort about what happens next. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank
you. Thank you, everyone. Slightly after 4:20. So yeah, I'll just carry on then. So before we adjourn until sometime in the future, I just wanted to, because it is going to be, for those who've been here quite a lot know, there's going to be sort of a enforced gap because of my availability, where I'm elsewhere in the country doing much the same as this for some time. And so this is obviously, again, sorry, going over old ground, but this is why this has been these sessions have been organised now to wanted to be very clear for those who weren't here on day one that, if we get to stage 2, it doesn't mean that everything's been sorted and the plan is absolutely fine. There's absolutely nothing critical to worry about. It's just that at least we've addressed as many points as I can that at least give me the ability to identify issues or actions or concerns or the piece of work, which means that if and when we do get to stage 2 and beyond, that should be the most, we'll be in a more efficient place and we'll be able to move through things a bit. I've got a lot of information already in my hand. I can move forward on that base, but also we won't have been all issues in terms of duty to cooperate, hopefully. I'm waiting for that will be sorted, all issues with engagement. I know people might not be happy with engagement. All the database issues can be sorted once and for all. I can deal with the people who have not been notified and obviously give them an opportunity to exercise their right to be heard and provide statements and so on and so forth. So, what happens next then for me? Obviously, my first task is to write up, my first task is to think about everything that I've heard over the last 2 weeks and then come to a list of actions. Some of those actions have already been agreed. I think the likelihood is that I'll probably try and put those into a note so that they are set out formally. I will via a net, probably just liaise with the council to make sure I've got a good understanding of the timescales for that, and I'll set in the letter. We'll set in the letter a programme for when I expect the actions to be completed by. There'll be an initial letter where if there's anything that I can deal with immediately, if you like, following these sessions where I either need to ask the council for more information, more evidence, or if further questions come to light that I want written representations on, I can do that. And obviously, again, set a programme for when the council need to respond to those. In terms of correspondence, it's quite likely there'll be more than one stage in this, because obviously there are things like the duty to cooperate information that I'm waiting on, where obviously, until I've got that, I've been able to review it and see whether there's any need to do something with it. I won't be in a position to say whether we can move on at all, but it may be that, so I would have to come back again. So I don't think this is going to be a one letter and that's it. It might be a little bit of an iterative process, and again, we may be into the realms of supplementary matters or supplementary questions, and getting that information, mainly because I'm not around for a while, and that's better than waiting until such time as I am to get answers. And so at least keep things moving to a degree. Subject to my conclusions on either what I've heard, any other information I need, the duty to cooperate information, for example, and any other evidence I've asked for that I need to review, and obviously without prejudice to my the actual outcome on this stage. I'll also need to identify the most efficient way of getting to stage 2, particularly in terms of anything that people need to come back on. My preference right now, as I think I've probably said before, is to try and make sure that any comments on new documentation or anything is going to be rolled into a matters and issues and questions stage, so it can all form part of hearing matters statements, and I can pick it up in future hearing sessions, which I think is more efficient than running bespoke mini focus consultations on individual documents, which all might have different timescales and all might have different outcomes. There might be some that I have to do that. Again, I'm thinking duty to cooperate document, if that might have to be a bespoke thing where I get some initial views, because I may have to come back and do something specific on the D2D, because it is such a fundamental part of the plan. Timings on all this, obviously, I say the first stage, because I'm going to be ensconced elsewhere, I'm going to try and get the first stage of this anyway, the sort of first initial letter of actions and any immediate concerns or issues that need to be addressed or answered by the council. I'm not going to set a date on it, but I'm going to say as soon as possible, to keep some momentum going. Just so everyone's aware, I'm not sure I've ever actually said when I am available. My other local plan, assuming there's no catastrophe, is actually running until at least the end of April. So it's unlikely I'm going to be in a position to be returning here for a prolonged period until at least May. But as I say, I don't want progress to halt. I'm sure there are things that can be being dealt with, and say things which have got to be addressed can be addressed. And again, I reserve the right, or reserve the option, that if I keep using duty to cooperate as an example, there's something that comes out of the work you've produced, and we need to have a one-day, possibly remote session where I'm, the one day I'm at home or something, we can deal with it. Rather, again, wait till May, then that might be the way forward. But in terms of being able to be here for several weeks at a time, it's probably going to be, just to manage expectations, I would say at least the end of May. Because obviously I also need time. Once my other examination is, in theory, complete, examinations never really finish to the time that you expect them to. But in theory complete, obviously I've got to produce MIQs. I've got to give people time to respond to those MIQs. I've got to be able to read those MIQ, the statements, and be in a position to come and have a sensible discussion. So it will be some time, unfortunately. I apologise. There's nothing I can do about it. It is unfortunate, but that's one of those things. And that's where we are. Again, assuming we do get to stage 2, the likelihood is that first and foremost, I would deal with anything that does wash up out of stage 1. I might call it stage 1.5, really, anything we still need to address. But my primary focus would be on allocations, delivery, 5-year supply, and the like. Then there'd probably be another pause of some variety. Why? Because that is another critical stage. Determine whether there are any actions that are needed before we then delve into the wonderful world of DM policies, because that is obviously quite a discrete element, which in theory shouldn't result in any problems with moving forward. If we'd have got past that, then we'd have got into the detail. But there are, as we know, there's a lot of DM policies. There are a lot of detailed DM policies. It could take some time in itself to go through these. So, yeah. And again, the idea will be how efficiently can I run that? Because, but it's all got to be looked at. So that's where we are. It's, yes, that's I think as much as I can say on that. Has anybody got any questions, points, or anything they wish to raise about that?
I'm sorry, sir, I don't know how appropriate this is, but just as someone new to this, just to thank Annette from our perspective in navigating and understanding this process has been, I can't stress how crucial that's been.
Yeah.
So very grateful to her.
Yes, thank you, Anna. I would obviously do this. We've got another 7 or 8 weeks of this. I'm not going to start thanking her now.
I might change my mind by then, but no, so far.
Yeah, let's wait until the end. No, thank you. No, thank you. That's appreciated. And yes, Annette has been fantastic at getting all this sorted. It's not been an easy process, and it has been quite on a relatively truncated timescale. For me and for Annette, of just trying to get everything sorted. And again, thank you to everyone here who's spent, particularly those who've been here every day. Sorry, Mr. Hartman, sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, that's very kind.
Thank you for listening. Thank you for guiding us through this process and for tolerating our little misdemeanours at times.
It's perfectly fine. Thank you. Well, you say you might change your tune on that as well by the time we get to the end of it. But we're fine. So anyway, any other points on that? Is anything I can clarify? Anything from your point of view?
So, no, to save the DTC information, did you have a particular date that you wanted? I understood that there was a date that had been at least floated, but I don't know whether or not there is any specific date.
No, I think I need to, because there's going to be a list. And I know the date you gave for the database being sorted, once more, was the end of March. And I think I've got to think through what I do about the 40 odd people who still need to be given the opportunity to comment, and how I deal with that. So that's probably the starting point. I also need you to advise me, probably, maybe through Annette, how long you think it's going to take to do.
Yes.
Within reason, what leeway I can give in that, because I'm not, I'm going to be able to read it anyway at certain points. So, I'd rather have a fully completed document which is thorough, and I don't need to come back and ask questions about it, unless there's some fundamental problem with it.
Yes. That's what I thought.
Say for a time, say if I can't come back here till April anyway, or May rather. That's one thing. Obviously, I still need all that information in enough time to be able to give people the opportunity to comment on it all before we come back. So, but give me a thought on that. But if you could tell Annette, or if you can tell me now when you think could be done.
If it's acceptable to you, sir, we'll contact Annette, so when we're able to give you a firm date, because otherwise I sense that whilst I might be optimistic now, it may shift. So, so that's the first thing. The second thing is that there was a thanking session, and I should have joined in on the back of that. But I'm going to say something on behalf of the council now, with respect to you, sir. We did want to thank you for the clear, insightful, and good-humoured nature with which you've held this examination. I say that openly so that nobody can think that we're trying to encourage you in a particular direction. I did also want to thank the contributors for the clear, the diligent, and I think also the polite way in which they conducted themselves in this examination. The council, I know, the team members here are very thankful for the way in which they have conducted themselves. Ms. Feeney, of course, we thank as well. I don't want to repeat what has already been said. The unnerving efficiency that she has is something to behold. So we're grateful for that. So that's all from me, but we will no doubt see everybody here in stage 2.
Well, you would hope.
I thought I would get it
Okay,
in
so
at the end.
well, yeah, again, I'm not being tricked into that one. Yeah, but obviously, no one wants to see an examination fail. But yes, I've got lots to think about. So I think again, we all know where I think I stand. And what I can and can't commit to. So again, right, I say that I will adjourn until a time to be confirmed. Again, echo the thoughts about what I say every day is thank you, everybody. Echo Mr. Reid's comments about how the participants have conducted themselves. They're following my guidance on the hearing statements and how to on the issues. How they've been discussed, it's been really good and really helpful to me, and I do appreciate it. And well, we're all friends at the moment, aren't we? So let's see. So anyway, but thank you all, and I will see you anon. Thank you.